And we have returned. Alright, enough introductions. Let's go continue the campaign. 1370, the Battle of Pont-Valin. Discord and rivalry divided the English army. Now was France's moment to strike.
With rebels and raiders eliminated at Cocherel, King Charles V faced one last threat to France: the relentless English invaders. Word arrived that the English army was weak and scattered, divided by infighting. The king quickly directed his army to chase down the old enemy of France at Pont-Valin.
The Battle of Pont-Valin. Infighting had split the English army into rival factions. As these scattered groups raided their way towards Pont-Valin, the French army prepared to stamp them out, preferably under the hooves of their cavalry.
The French town of Pont-Valin lay directly in the path of marauding English soldiers on the hunt for loot. The town's only hope of survival lay with the French forces camped nearby. The French quickly prepared to ambush the disorganized English raiders and defend Pont-Valin from ruin.
Ooh, traitor. What are we doing? So this town center must survive. So market. I guess we'll have to. Yeah, this. Oh, that's my town center. Yep. Send more. Is a trader this really good? Yeah, I'll take it. Doesn't look like we have any gold.
The main English army thundered into the valley. They paused to rest beyond the town before launching their raid.
Yeah, trading's gonna be our only source of gold and like help. And we can't even build walls. We could build a keep if we had enough stone. Yeah, we're gonna have to get gold some. There's the English army. How will we fight them? They have a lot of men-at-arms and knights and horsemen and archers. Well, I guess the solution is to get arbaletiers, but I don't have gold. Let's hunt some deer or something. Oh, actually, I have a scout. I should probably scout with him. What else is a scout for? Oh, I have 15 minutes to prepare. Why didn't I see that earlier? Duh. Oh, this is a stealth force. They might lead somewhere. Or it might not. Who knows? What's this?
A small bandit camp lurked in the valley. If the French could defeat these routiers, they could claim the supplies they had gathered.
Sounds like a perfect excuse to train some spearmen. I don't think we can handle the English army even if they came by. This might take a second attempt. Why am I not training villagers?
Pour Spérance. Ouais, mais...
Oh yeah, I can trade
Good.
Tobble
Mondes Square.
for resource type as French.
Parats pour Laborar.
Quoi de Labour?
Yeah, let's get one on stone at least.
Labour.
Ouest Remandement. Tout présenter l'enquête.
And rest gold should be fine. We could use more wood.
Tourmal.
The first group of English raiders began their attacks on the outlying farms. After destroying the farms, they would attack the town of Pontvalin.
Arrêtez, Arquer. Venez, ambulance.
Oh no. Raiders, I didn't expect this.
Allons-y.
Nobody expected this.
Labour.
More traders. Let's upgrade our spearmen, they could use it.
Hommes, préparez.
Let's hope it finishes upgrading by the time they reach there.
Esclosul.
Yeah, there's multiple raiding parties. Let's control group this.
Mondes Square. Wait,
Audite. In avant, servientes. Caval cum grand course.
Yeah, those root tiers are gonna be kind of a pain.
Audience. Nintendo. Obedio. Bene, bene. Nintendo.
Line formation.
Obedio. Bene, bene. Audience. En Navarre.
Get stabbed. This might not have been the best of ideas. Archers are not doing the best damage. But I think we can take him. We can leave him be. For now, we can train more villagers. Let's put them on the front line.
Barats pour Labourard.
Use more gold, sell the food, and get upgrades. Okay. Faster gathering rate's good. Really? Spearmen all died?
In avant, d'Arquer.
Nice, archers can still do something.
Moment, allez, Arquer. Deusei, Quemandes.
I need
Nintendo.
more spearmen.
Bene, bene. Arrêtez, Arquer.
One raiding party down.
Oye.
Go at the cost of our
Don't
archers.
from me. Vado Laborar.
Yeah, get some more barracks up.
Parat pour venir.
Get more spearmen up. I don't think archers are going to be too useful right now.
Quoi d'abord?
Sell some more food. Get some armor.
Parat pour venir. Inhérence.
We're not managing our economy well.
Quoi de la Quito? Quel si pois? Mona si affect. Ici va toast. Mogo.
Escolte bene.
Si some, si, bene. Camino. Secco materia.
More scattered English raiders arrived and made their way towards Pontvalin.
Oh no. I don't have enough spearmen.
Me flecht.
Or maybe they'll just get the outlying towns first and then come to my base. So we got until then
Barracks pour la bourrare.
to not get steamrolled.
Prompte.
Morvo.
Me plecte.
Vale. Camino.
Meanwhile,
Io ma
he's
sono
one
la...
Quelle. Vido sì. Movenskito.
Let's have another archery range, because we're going to use them later.
Io ma sono la cosa.
We still can't advance
La
an age yet.
Speranza. Barracks pour la... Vido, sì. Retorno comme materia.
It does not help with just getting speeding. Yeah, they're coming by quickly.
Si. L'encaisse. Vade, l'encaisse. Lanquier Barat. Barat pour Movenskito. Si son Movo.
Quoi de la bourre?
Code labour.
Alright, we can get... Okay, guild hall. We're gonna do crossbows.
L'encaisse Venier.
For now we can send these spearmen out and then try to take on the raiding party. Let's see if we can take them on a more pitched location.
Ambulance.
Send more traders.
Parates servientes. Audience. Bene, bene. Tiens.
This is not gonna work well.
L'enquier Echo.
Oh, this is a little too much spearmen. A little too much knight. The archers run away, try to distract the knights a bit. Ooh, this is good. Run away, run away, run away. Try to see if we can get a small group detached. Turn around and fight him. Jeez, knights go through like 1/4 of an spearman
More
attack.
scattered English raiders arrived and made their way towards Pont-Valin.
The villagers, get that building set up.
Colonnes. Barracks et France.
Oh no, my traders. And the town center. Take that. Okay, they're more scattered. But they are kind of beating up the town center a lot. Okay. Okay, you go there and repair the town center, while the spearmen deal with the fallout. Okay. This is good. This is good. We just have more knights to fight. That's fine. That's fine. It'll be fine. As long as a villager gets here on time, it's okay. As long as a villager gets here on time.
L'encaisse Parata. Bene. Si son inhérence. Vado labourare.
Oh boy. More traders. Okay, so the repair's going well.
Manoé Rassou. Belle œuvre.
Aime besoin.
Let's get an arsenal up.
Giovanni Basti.
We need more food.
Oh, yes, tout de bon. Manon, c'est guerre
Here, start
puissance,
hunting some
Manon.
sheep. You guys too.
Longtemps
Lancière, oui, me faut-il traire?
We get extra damage against each other's buildings.
Boss Oidon. Oyez, allons, à parmer. Compagnon, nos allons.
Send the rally point over here so we can fight them better.
Homme fort Suisse, oyez. Allons, s'adresse tous.
Siege engines.
Dos dialores. Courez-vous, Rassi, fait que ça.
Oui, marchand, avance.
Let's get this scout out so they can distract some of the knights at least.
De l'Est paré. Correct, lance. Acest oui, me faut-il traire? Là ici. Oui, si les sort. Nos despotones,
Here they come.
compagnon. Là ici, l'Est
Minimize their attack.
Acest
Their area, surface area. Surround them. Good, good. So there are still lots to die. Charge them at 7. Upgrade to more. We need more gold. Right. So we'll just ignore these guys for a bit.
Je gagne mon game. Compagnon, qui contre Chessmet avant.
English attack in 1 minute and 13 seconds.
Vos servir.
We don't have mangonels up.
Oyez marche arrière, muestrestos. Lors devant nos salaires.
Alright, we'll try to attack this and then try to route the shark.
En besogne. Adverta marche arrière, muestrestos.
Oh jeez, when you do all the left, I got a melee range. Right, that's taken out. Can we reach the routiers in time? I don't think we can. Train all the arbalests.
Oyez, allons, à parmer.
The English army chose their moment and began to close in on Pontvalin.
Okay, no time to get the object. The optional supplies. That could have been probably like gold, which would have been helpful, but nope. Not enough time. What else do we have? Sell some wood. Get that. Upgrade. Just sell the stone, we're not gonna need it. So we got multiple armies coming down. We definitely do not have enough crossbows for this.
Comme il vous plaise. Oui, me faut-il traire?
Oyez.
Oyez, les ordonnances. De l'Est
What if we could? Trying to make it out. It's only one for now, but it'll be fine. Probably, maybe not.
Que faudit donc de
Keeps up.
Adler, laissez-moi exploiter. Compensirei. Los Despartans, vraiment.
Okay, we can take this one. Hold on, let's just save for a second. I think we can march out and take on this army first.
Oyez bien, compagnons. Mais ici, laisse comme courir. À Barmaid. Alors, ça Barmaid.
These guys. Actually, that's a good question. Who can we take on first?
À Barmaid. Je gagne mon game.
Let's take on this massive infantry archers first. Give them a run around. Get in melee range. Get in melee range, force the archers to run. Anyone else? Focus fire. Ah, jeez, when did they get there? Retreat! Retreat! Gotta protect the town center. Oh, this is not good. Ugh. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try to fight with the Mangonel. Or do we want to take out the Knights first since we have an advantage against them?
Compensirei.
Either way, something is going to arrive here.
Obeleste paré. Regiment de Boy. Oyez bien, compagnons. Oyez.
marchande à perte.
Voyez, compagnons. Voyez. Second votre commandement.
Okay, so the men-at-arms and the Knights are going to arrive around the same time.
Oui, marchande, avance-nous. Armes en l'entière renom. Oyez bien,
Dickpex, Baudestière, eux.
Come on, fight me if you dare. Oh, dang it.
Mais ici, laisse commandement. Obeleste gagne le mouvement. Lyon, si jamais. En chance, en way. On va bien en chance, nous nous. A chest baseball, Obeleste. Oui, à parler. Comme il vous plaît. Obeleste.
Que faudit donc?
Oh yeah, là c'est moi.
Oh, wasn't there a villager here? Ah, come on. I needed you to shoot the council. What are you doing? Okay, so that's 2 waves, kind of double. Much better. Not as effective as I thought it would be.
sur point. C'est de bonne
Alright, we're at minimum forces, and we're very, very underpowered.
Exploité. Allons ça, Trestoons. Marchiez rien moins, Trestoons. Giovanni Bastir.
A Chestnut was Alberestrus.
What else do we have? We could get him moving right now. We should have just got that was a while ago. So the buildings are distracting everything else right now. We could sense these archers are busy dealing with this. We can send some mangonels and crossbows to deal with this army. We're back to spearmen, they're just gonna get shredded by the Mangonel. Thankfully, this army of archers is not engaging. Take care of that. More spearmen and crossbows coming in. Good, we can win this. All it needed was using our allies' buildings as a distraction. Yeah, we got this. Actually, less for fun. For fun, let's just go fight the UTLs. Yeah, let's say just in case I don't want to lose the mission because of a stupid move. I would. I might.
Manance! En commune! Tous te y a Lauret.
Compagnon, a Chestnut was.
Where did all my extra villagers go? Ah, right. They died while they were there. Oh no, they're right here. Okay, go repair that town center run. And I'll decide if I need to, if I have enough time to get the other things, or yeah, they can repair faster than they can damage. This is fine.
Besoin à faire!
A Chestnut was. Los Despartans Briemant. Je gagne mon gage. Ça lui vous plaise.
And the town sensors are just gonna take care of the thing. Oh, so here's a gold mine. I need one of those. So I can just cut through the forest. Just find the gold. Now I feel silly. This would help me a lot with getting some extra arbiters. Go, town center. What are you even shooting at? This guy. 5 damage? Very low.
Si veille. Campagne. Oyez.
Okay, so note to self for future runs. Get this here first,
Oyez.
instead of dealing with the initial army. Yeah, the town center's got this.
Second votre commandement. Oyez. Intelligent machine. Oyez, les commandes. Si je Putain, bien assouvi. Oui, à barmer. Obéleste au col, avant. Je gagne mon game. Obélestière, allons. Obélestière, avant. Allons, on gagne. Cette messe votre ami s'y veille. Obéleste au col, avant.
They're just sending me this way.
Engin boss, attends.
Jetsmets, Obéleste au col. Avant, bien oeil. Sur quoi il me s'y veille? Je gagne mon game. À Obélestière, allons.
En seconde, votre commandement.
Dictez bien oeil. Chess, Obélestière, avant. Allons, je gagne
Yep,
mon
I
game.
think this road just connects to the village.
Obélestière, allons. Obélestière, avant. Allons. Pour attendant ordonnance. Mais ici.
Alright, let's go wipe up the rest of the archers. We've explored and wasted time enough. That gold mine really would have been helpful though, instead of sending like 16 traders to a market.
Reste à une commandière.
Let's repair again.
Attendez, les commandements, Smonance.
Can you garrison that friendly town centers?
Manance, en constant.
Yes, you can. Yeah, go get him extra arrows. These extra arrows do more damage.
Attaque 10. Seconde, votre commandement.
I should have done that from the beginning. Take that. That was a short pitched battle.
After a hard-won battle against a scattered enemy, the French succeeded in halting the English chevauchés at Pontvalin. The English army was not invincible. The French cause was not yet lost.
The myth of English invincibility had been dispelled. The French army had undermined England's grip on France for the first time. Let's see, a chevauchée, promenade, or horse charge, depending on context, was a raiding method of medieval warfare for weakening the enemy, primarily by burning and pillaging enemy territory in order to reduce the productivity of a region, as opposed to siege warfare or wars of conquest. The use of chevauchée declined at the end of the 14th century as the focus of warfare turned to sieges. Its legacy eventually led to the scorched earth strategies used in modern warfare. Oh, okay. I learned a new word today, I guess.
The French won an overwhelming victory at the Battle of Pont-Valin. It was the first time the English had been utterly defeated during the war. But the triumph was short-lived. As England spent the next 60 years amassing French territory through alliances and victories at great battles such as Agincourt. It seemed that nothing could stop England. Who then could have foreseen that a teenaged girl was about to change the course of history? In 1429, France was in dire straits. Nowhere was it more evident than the besieged city of Orléans. The city was completely surrounded by English-held forts. But just a few days' ride away, here in Chinon, there was potential help. The French royal prince, the Dauphin Charles, was holed up in his fortress and under pressure to ride out to save Orléans. As Charles hesitated, a young peasant girl arrived at his court. Her name was Jeanne d'Arc. She claimed to have received saintly visions, giving her a divine task to help Charles become king and drive the English out of France forever. Charles was skeptical, but was soon convinced of her divinity. And he charged this 17-year-old with the near impossible mission to liberate Orléans. To Jeanne, this was the first step in realizing her God-given destiny. In April 1429, she rode out from Chinon at the head of her army to confront the hated enemy of France.
In 1429, the Siege of Orléans. Jeanne d'Arc led the French army to the besieged city of Orléans. She found the walls surrounded and the people desperate. Firm in her faith, she would rally the French to fight back and proclaim the divine calling beyond doubt. Proclaim the divine calling beyond doubt. The words. In the Age of Empires 2, it just focused around the entirety of Jeanne d'Arc, but I guess here she's just shows up in one of the battles because this covers the 100 Years' War altogether, I guess. Alright, let's start.
Surrounded by English strongholds, and with its last line of defense under attack, the city of Orléans grew ever more desperate. In France's darkest hour, 17-year-old Jeanne d'Arc arrived with the king's army to liberate a city and prevent the fall of a nation.
Okay, so she has healing, that's good. Okay, what are we up to? That's a broken bridge. Alright, how are we doing here? Let's get some gold.
Jetsmen avant, Oberestier! On reste tous à l'arçon, chevalier!
Pex, allons ce sens plus attendre. Si pèse comme toi. Si besoin.
À Oberestier, Oberest au col. Avant! Une autre Versailles? Obéir, c'est vertu!
The English had captured the vital fortification known as Les Tourelles on the south bank of the Loire. Orléans would live or die on its access to supplies. Recapturing Les Tourelles would be key to saving the city.
Sure to keep on that trail. Ugh. I'm gonna have to go over the water.
Coréour à l'Archéon est preste.
L'heure est de besoigner.
But don't the French cavalry have that? Hold on. It was here somewhere. Ah, here it is. Chivalry. Royal Knights regenerate +1 health every 2 seconds when out of combat. I need a key for. And it looks like it has been researched. Oh, good for me. I need the gold though. How are we gonna get there? We don't have a dock.
Soyez présents, bien ordonnés. Compagnons, marchez derrière. J'ai besoin.
Is there a way to cross this
Allons, ce
river?
sens plus attendre. À mon cri, avant.
The main bridge leading to Orléans had been destroyed by the French to prevent an English onslaught. Jeanne d'Arc had to find another way to cross to the south bank and make her assault on Les Tourelles.
Retreat! Retreat!
Je
Took the
gagne
archers.
mon gage.
Soyez prêts. Vinci les Présence, bien ordonnés. Les Coréours atteignent les fins de match.
Get up that banner now. Oh, heal. Can't lose a valuable royal knight.
Allons, ce sens plus attendre. Si prêts comme toi. Avant, sans ralentir.
Upgrade them.
Devenez prêts à l'attaque.
Auf l'est, acest mes vos.
I could use more food. But we do need additional. What's this line here? Oh, I think it might be another way across. In which case, it's H3, so we can make trebuchets.
Lance bâtie.
Oyez les commandements. Compagnons, marchez derrière.
Je vais vous obéir.
Okay, no, never mind. I do not have that tech. Let's get some monks up.
Commande présence, bien ordonnée.
We're gonna need some of you to repair the gates.
Jets mes vos habillement. En l'est pareil. Reste de l'ennemi.
Alarson,
Chevalier. En l'est.
Donetsk, vos amis.
Tu demandes solidaire. Présence, bien ordonnée. À mon cri, avant.
Supply convoy. I didn't know there was a supply convoy.
À mon cri, avant.
Oh boy.
Having suffered under the English siege for months, Orléans had sent for crucial supplies. But English patrols
no
threatened their
trebuchets.
arrival at the city.
Comme volette.
If Orléans hoped to receive the supplies,
I'm gonna have
the
to
French
send
would have to
battering
clear
rams
the
over.
road of English raiders.
Oil, si toast.
En l'est, bien oeil. Yes, oui. En soyez courant.
And a spearman or rough or crossbowman.
Oyez les allons, ce sens plus attendre. Perfect, à la sonne.
Homme, bien. Veille.
Commandement, allons, ce sens plus attendre.
Soyez
Si fait comme toi.
Supply convoy is going to be
Présence,
heading
bien
towards
ordonnée.
the English line soon.
À mon cri, avant. Allons, ce sans plus attendre. Je face vos commandements.
Painful, but it's okay. Ah, there's another one. And they got inside. Great. Back in the walls. What are they fighting? So archers, fighting horsemen.
Bex, avancez, avant.
Dictators tous en la wave. Seront curés.
Not on my watch.
Les chevreuils cherchent une flèche. Voyez, faites vertu.
Oyez, voisin, bien ordonné. Les courez-ou, attendez les rendements.
The goal here isn't to defend against the siege, but more destroy the other keep. Sentinels here just to explore that area. Spring the turret to remember all this. Light horsemen on the way. Run back.
Besoin à faire? Itreich sens nul arrest.
Okay, so works.
Au Belestière, annonce. Comme il vous plaise. Bien noté.
Oh, it wants us to go all the way around. Oof.
Avant au Belestière.
I'm not sure if I can do that while I'm being attacked on all sides. Not to mention the archers actually do a pretty decent damage against the crossbows on walls.
Seeing another supply convoy approaching the city, English raiders took up position on the road. The French needed to eliminate the enemy detachment if they hoped to receive the supplies.
Well, I'm not going to be able to since I'm losing most of my units here. Come on, John.
En besoin. Suis sans poémine.
Or acton dos
Giovanni Basti.
en besoin. Itreich sens nul arrest. Lors batige c'est vaillets moins suis sans voix. La sexe moins exploité.
Yeah, that's expected.
Voyez trois
That's not helpful.
À Chestnut Point.
Chess bien.
I'm back.
Tex, Veici, Vecta
I
Larson.
have to wait on here.
Compagnon, Marcette Daniel. Avanti, avanti. Compagnon.
Besoin.
Ah, no.
Sitôt.
Oyenslek,
Les autres, les Tex, jeunesse Lydieur.
Tex, mes présence, bien ordonnée.
Access Mesmos.
Qui obéissent à votre commandement.
Access Mesmos, Aubelet.
Okay, we're alive for now.
Dosia Laure!
Aubelet, Mesmos, Habillement. Aubelet Pierre.
Oyet,
Aubelet Yvette.
My question is, do we go north or south? Either way is preferable at this point.
Tex,
Veille et mon destrier comme
Attendis. Oyet Pierre. Ménard. Une scroll pour Versailles. Sur Quim.
Veille et mon destrier comme fraîche.
No, we're not going to make the barracks.
Dictes point.
En besoin. Si, comme volets. Que fort pour vous servir. Dostoya Laurets.
commandement incontinent. Compagnon.
And if I can...
Oyet, les commandements.
Compagnon.
Allons, ce sens plus attendre. Perfect, à Larson. Présence, bien ordonnée.
Oh, there's
Je
another
pèse
attack
vos
coming.
commandements. Compagnon, Marcette
Got a
Daniel.
supply convoy
Si
arriving.
besoin.
Attends vos ordres. Restez sans besoin.
Soyez si pèse comme toi. Si besoin.
Fight back.
Si pèse comme toi. Si besoin.
Cheval régnier, avions moins.
Keep the mangonels for defense purposes.
Père à vos offices.
Régnier, avions moins. Avance à mon commandement.
Took the horsemen
Régnier, avions moins.
and
Compagnons.
crossbows out to
Veillez
fight.
par devant.
We have
Oh, me
arsenals.
faut trahir.
I don't think we have arsenals. We should build one.
Larson, Suisse.
Do we?
J'attends.
No, no, we don't. Build one.
Lors bâti, je s'essuie.
Get some more melee
Les
on.
autres, faire à vos offices. Strict sont de l'ennemi.
No cavalry is coming in right now.
Uniforme, c'est la nuit. Si besoin.
The French eliminated the English raiders, granting the supply convoys safe passage into the city.
Okay, good.
Compagnons.
Each time supplies approached Orléans, English raiders would return to guard the road, hoping to plunder the French goods.
Bonne besogne et fait.
More mangonels. And then more horsemen.
Ici, Nova. Ivoise de Cester.
Oh, perfect. We're just about to encounter another cavalry. Speaking of which, I think that means we should probably bring the mangonels over here.
The supply convoy arrived in the city, providing the French army with much needed gold.
This is good.
Engin de siège à vol. 6 sur la tête.
are you gonna do with your men at arms? I'm gonna shoot them to death.
Les chevaucheurs sont prêts! Les chevaucheurs! Ils défendent!
Commandement.
Chevaucheurs!
Soyez express. Veici les assises. Compagnons, restez tous en bataille. Si près de ça.
One crossbow.
Les ennemis sont partis!
Maybe a good opportunity to sit back.
Engin de siège, attendre vos ordonnances.
Pex, à Montpellier, avance. Si Pex le sera.
Start moving way to the keeps. While my mangonels stand in the back. Oop, there's a cube here. Right arsenal. Boost that damage. Attack wave incoming.
Les chevaux! Nos allons, chevaucheurs!
Pretty much people working on
Engin vos attendre. Manuel Raslouvi. Bella,
Je laisse pénétrer. Chest, oui. Avant ma chest, mettre.
attack.
Commandeur Pex, à Larson. Allons de ce sens plus
Ah,
attendre.
here's a. I wonder if this is where the attack waves come from.
J'ai besoin. J'appelle pour le commandeur.
Heal. Squad combo incoming.
Engin vos attendre.
À pointe de passe.
I think we can send out our mangonels to deal with it. We didn't have an attack wave from the south yet, which is disturbing or worrying.
Voisins, compagnons. Voisins.
Foodways, leader.
Regiment
Yes! Take care of that wave.
Engin de siège, attendre.
These 5 of mangonels. 80 damage. That should be another wave of invaders subdued.
Voisins, compagnons.
Which
Voisins.
means we should be safe.
Seconde votre commandement. Aucun sport le voter. Seconde votre
We
commandement.
should start fighting these guys.
Way, arme au point. Besogne. Si
Oh, you guys are done with gold.
Marchiez derrière moi.
Why don't you just farm instead then?
Adler, à votre commandement. Tous de ya, Laurens. Besoin de nous attendre, maintenant. Oh, me faut trahir.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orleans with more gold to bolster the army.
Oh, now we're getting attacked from the south.
Mettons s'envoie. Il est fait, je m'appartiens.
Sort of been keeping.
Reste!
I should have left the mangonels inside.
Les coureurs.
The French army torched the eastern English fort, securing a crossing to the south bank of the Loire River.
Which is the same for the south fort.
Compagnon,
Maybe then they would stop the attack wave from this side. I don't know if it does actually. Maybe they just spawn it infinitely from here. Questions to answer later.
Les chevaucheurs sont prêts de contre l'ennemi.
Hall, suis en point.
Oil, inspirez-moi. Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Question I hopefully don't have to answer, so I'm gonna cross the other side.
Les autres, là, j'ai besoin.
Il n'y faut que la nuit.
Commandement et présence, bien ordonné. Avant cri, avant.
Maybe I should have found some mangonels. Oh, this is not looking well.
Les chevaucheurs sont prêts.
Oh, dang it.
Une autre version. À chest baseball, Arbelet fort comme chest. Arbelet alors. Comme il vous plaît. Arbelet à quoi je gagne mon gage. Arbelet s'il faut m'extraire. Arbelet reste tous. Fix. À chest baseball. Reste tous, allons. Arme des forêts et avant. À chest baseball, Stockholm, avant. Veille.
Fine, John.
Send
the battery now.
Une autre personne.
No, come back here. Yes, fight me. Yes, ignore the traitors. That was good. That one was on fire. We need to send more reinforcements over there. We do not have gold.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with
Send some
more
scouts
gold to bolster the army.
And what timing?
Attendez, à chest baseball.
Battering rams. After that, then we'll hopefully charge into the... We need more wood.
Homme fautrai. Dostia lores.
L'heure est de besoigner.
Engins de siège attendent vos ordonnances.
The last obstacle to Les Tourelles fell to ruin.
Pour votre service. Ouais, si besoin. Restus et Suisse vos...
Oh, vestiaire de mouette.
Alright, let's send these battering rams forward.
Gentlemen,
Les Poitans, bien ordonnés. Infanterie, avance. Compagnon.
No, we're probably going to be guarded by more units.
Les chevaux... Attendez, votre yetz pose à moi.
ennemi parti.
Soyez avertissés.
Here comes another attack wave.
Second poste commandement.
Soignez à faire.
Aucun sport de beauté. Livrez avance. Courez. S'effecte sera.
Gentlemen, votre gain de mon gage.
Si par mon stand. Engins de siège. Si faute des coiffures. Second poste commandement.
Les capitaines à l'assaut. Votre service.
Oh, there's a lot of boars.
Des enemies edge à trouver. Engins vos attendent. Engins restent tous à l'once.
God dang it, they brought in
Alors, Orsus,
the battering ram. Burn that down.
Attentis. Mettons sans bruit.
Supply column is all next to where the Raiders are.
Commandement.
les chevaux cherchent une flèche. Cheval seul. Pas au destrier.
Oyez les commandements. Armes en
Chevalier continue.
Run forward to get their attention.
Mes seigneurs.
Conflict taken care of. And we are expecting. Oh, there's a bump. Could use healing.
Compagnon. Aucun sport le bout de
Baïs, oui, bien, bien. Baïs.
Los batiges s'essuient.
Soyez de face, boss commandement.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
Already?
Courez ou mertec. À Larson.
Oh no, wait, that's they have a right message.
Et mon destrier.
Arbelestre Binoy.
Fex. Sigrid Sway.
Engins vos à
Commandement. Liquid was away. Seal page. Access.
Let's send our knights to help John out.
Gefolgt bien, bien, face.
Be able to keep here to
Dostia lores.
help the defenses.
courez ou take votre commandement.
Oh, jeez.
Engins.
Arbelestre.
No time to relax.
Ouais, engins vos.
Vinci les commandements.
Oh, they have McDonald's too. Ooh.
Comme il vous plaise. Avance à Oberester. Oberester gagne le marché.
Voyez les ordonnances. Pour vous servir.
Small section.
Or actons ordonnance.
Compagnon, Régnier.
Inches met vos, frères.
Oil, Mr. Desmouets.
Oyez, compagnon.
Watchtower arrive.
Marchez derrière. Ramon pris.
Fill them up and we can start sending them down to the keep. With whatever will remain to fight in the
Si
progress.
fait que ce sera.
M. Besoigne. Giovanni Bastir.
Soyez prêts. J'ai besoin.
Où dois-je? J'ai besoin. Je fais votre commandement.
Oh, jeez.
Reste tous en bataille.
That is a lot of units. Try to not pay attention to that. Oh, we still won. Thanks, crossbows. Oh, right.
Dicte ça. Avant.
Yeah, I think that convoy has to be lost this time. Unless there is no convoy. Why isn't there a convoy? Or raiders?
Courez-vous près. Baudestrière.
Oh, well, I'm not complaining.
Angen presse.
Pex, si fais comme toi.
Où de si facte sera. Perfect. À l'arçon.
Commandement. Allons, ce sens plus attendre. Je fais vos commandements.
Okay, we're probably gonna have
Dicte-moi
a
si
sizable resistance the moment we
Je
hit
fais
the
votre commandement.
Another
Castle.
trade convoy arrived in Orléans, with more gold to bolster the army.
so their attack wave coming.
Reste tout engine de
Let's
siège.
defend this and then send any forces to Joan.
Compagnon. Voisins, compagnons. Voisins.
Oh, not an attacker? Okay. Let's just send forces then. And keep the rest to keep the rest for our enemies.
J'attends les chevaucheurs.
Feels like I guess destroying the small camp prevented them from making more attack waves.
Que la vis, j'ai besoin. Chevaucheur, en
That's good.
avance pour l'avouer. Chevaucheur, soyez express.
Oh, that's an attack wave. How did I not notice?
Engine de siège. Si faute victoire.
Got archers. I'll teach you to stand in one place. have no forces to mount its
Commandement in control.
and battering rams.
Oyez
battering
compagnon.
rams. Yeah.
Enchaîne derrière. Armandrie, avant.
Vos Lionchen se retraite.
Engin de siège, attendez! Engin de siège! S'il faut décoiffer!
Ah, dang it. Why did I not pay attention to this?
Les Tourelles was the linchpin in the English siege of Orléans, blocking the main supply route to the city. If Jeanne d'Arc could capture it, Orléans would finally be liberated.
We all have archers. Charge! Oh, no, they also have no infantry. Retreat, John! Retreat! Okay, that train is lost.
Régiment demande. Aucun second de côté. Engin de siège, attendez! Seconde, votre commandement!
What do we need more of? Okay, body armor.
Soignez. Citos.
Prepare the walls.
Aïe, décharnez-moi!
Où dois-je? Épuise avant.
We could try and all in.
Reste tout est à 6.
Arbelestre!
Commandement pour les chevaucheurs.
But I don't really have any spearmen.
Reste tout est à 6.
Defending on two fronts isn't
Die
really too
cheval
hard.
vos allons, chevaucheurs. Piquets vos arroués.
Engin boss.
Fixe-moi.
Engin de parler. Oi.
I think we can have a defense with
Compagnie
enemies.
de gagne.
Que faut-il donc besoin de
Arbelestier! Arbelestier! Avant! Allons!
Die chevaucheurs, gifouez de cester. J'attends.
Baillez moins besoin.
Chestmesmus Arbelesters!
Engin, on connaît ça. Engin, vous êtes 6 seuls engins. Engin de siège. S'il faut décoiffer. Vous êtes 6 seuls engins. Reste tout est à 6.
Que faut-il donc rejoigner? Je vais rappareiller ce manoir!
Il n'y faut que la
Black Conway
caisse.
Rider. Good.
Die chevaucheurs, on arrange pour l'avouer.
Cavalry Raiders.
Je te remercie.
Engin à parmer. Seconde votre commandement.
The enemy's nos artilleries!
Commandement pour les chevaux de chasse. Ouais. Cheval si besoin. Ouais, les mondes destriers sont prêts. Ouais, sont les commandements.
We
Uniforme
have the horses,
canonnier.
so we win.
Commandement pour les chevaux de chasse.
Engin de siège, attente de vos ordonnances.
Les chevaux de chasse, écoutez.
That's another supply round coming in.
Commandement pour les chevaux de chasse. Ouais, les mondes destriers.
Engin de siège, attente de vos ordonnances. Oh, si sera fait. Reste tout est assise. Oh. Besoin de faire.
Commandement. Alors, son les mondes destriers sont prêts.
We'll train some crossbows to defend the back,
Avant, compagnon.
while we send everyone else to fight with
Faites
John.
compagnon. Marchez derrière.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans
What, really?
with more gold to bolster the army.
That's fine.
Reste tout est assise. Engin, vous êtes si seuls engins. Oh, si sera fait. Engin de siège, si
Enemy's fascist!
Alors, contraire. Qui voit nos estrades?
Engin boss, attends, engin boss, attends. Vous êtes si seuls engins. Engin de siège, si pas son snow. Engin de siège, si faute déguerpie. Engin de siège, si pas. Si seuls engins. Seconde votre commandement. Engin de siège, si pas son snow. Envoyez, reste tout est assise. Oh, si sera fait.
Soyez allant de ce sens plus attendre. Présence. Bien ordonnée.
Engin boss, attendez. Engin de siège assise. Appareil.
Oh non, laisse tomber.
Comme il vous plaise.
Yeah, let's send some crossbows over. We need someone to build the ramps too.
Engin de siège, engin de siège. S'il faut déguerpir, vous êtes si seuls engins.
Aide besoin.
Alright, we're holding up pretty well. As my convoy arriving soon.
Reste la chestnut soit roide. Appareil. Oh yeah.
Set up right there.
Oui, à Barmey. Ouais. Chestnuts, boss Arbalestrax. Arbalestière, allons.
Engin de siège, attente de vos ordonnances.
Oyez bien,
Oh, there they are.
Engin de
Arbalestrière, Arbalestrière. Chestnuts, boss Arbalestrax.
convoy taken care of, and we can get the... Oh, no, they got it. Just one guy slowly building battering ram. And oh, trebuchet. Okay, we definitely have to start assaulting the fort now. We do not have the strength to fight a trebuchet.
C'est express, pour commandement. Accorde Peignon, ici les Boyets les commandement. Access Metzvos. Libotons express. Obelest paré. Veichi les commandement. Si attendons
Oh, that looks pretty lot better.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army.
And wave cleared. We want crossbows. Rams ready.
Commande si besoin. Si fait que ce sera.
And bring down the keep. And my siege weapons are Oh, that was the mission. Maybe I should have destroyed the keep sooner.
The king's army drove the hated enemy of France from Les Tourelles. With the main road to the city back in French hands, the English abandoned their long siege of Orléans. Celebrating a momentous victory at the head of the French army, Jeanne d'Arc would forever be remembered as the Maid of Orléans.
At the height of English power in France, Jeanne d'Arc had done what none other could. Orléans was free, and France had turned the tide on the enemy.
Jeanne d'Arc had liberated Orléans and put the English army to flight. However, as the English retreated, they became an obstacle for Charles the Dauphin. He needed a clear path from Chinon to Reims, where he would be crowned king. Nearing the town of Patay, the English sought to regroup. But Jeanne d'Arc and her French army were closing in.
(1429) The Battle of Patay. Chased from the Loire Valley by Jeanne d'Arc's relentless pursuit, the remnants of English forces fled for the safety of the north. At Patay, the French army could make sure they never made it.
Fleeing the Loire Valley, the English were on the run. As they retreated northwards, a French vanguard was in close pursuit.
Oh, I just saw them building some palings.
Caught out of position, The French faced a surprise attack from the English rearguard.
Why do we have a right hero ability if we don't have a hero?
A detachment of English archers blocked the road with palings, an effective measure against cavalry. The French vanguard had to clear the road if they were to call in reinforcements.
Go. Wooden bridge, 500 HP. Oh, you can destroy this.
Votre service. Incontinent. Si.
With the road cleared, the French army could safely bring in reinforcements from nearby allies.
Let's see. Request aid. Count Antoine, 400 gold. Jean D'Alençon, 600 gold. Jean Poton, 800 gold. Laïr, 1000 gold. Archers against archers is actually we are facing a lot of spearmen.
Paix Baudestrière. Ça, avant.
Let's see if there's any other additional support that to find.
Si fais comme dois.
Nope.
J'ai besoin. Je fais vos commandements. Si fais comme dois.
10 horsemen will not do well against the spearmen. The Royal Knights would be cool, but would also not do well against spearmen. I think the right answer here is either men-at-arms and arbaletiers or archers.
J'ai besoin. Si fecte sera. Perfect. À l'arson. Je fais vos commandements. Perfect. À l'arson. J'ai besoin.
Honneur reste d'obéir.
Oh, they heal. That's great. Let's get Royal.
The French army paid their ally and received a detachment of reinforcements.
Good.
Messeigneurs.
Archers. Well, crossbows.
Ici les commandements, compagnons, nos allons.
The French army saw a chance to bolster their numbers and sent payment to their ally in return for reinforcements.
What else should I grab?
Compagnon, moult avance vouée à trêve.
Quel est de votre plaisir?
Nah, I think additional crossbowmen is the best idea. Archers are archers, but like if the longbowman is of any indication, they only do a little extra damage to spearmen. Actually, no, I have a tech tree. I should look at that. Archery range, archer. No, I can't see stats here. Ugh.
Chessmen bien oeil. Chascune et comprenne.
Dicte-moi vos commandements avant. Paix Baudestrière. Test vos commandements.
Arbelestre bien, nos despartans priement.
Hearing the rallying cry of the English coming from the village of St. Sigmund, the French were alerted to the enemy position.
Clearly English from St. Sigmund.
Je gagne mon gage. Oui, à ma main. Compagnon, nos Ça, compagnon.
Ihr Jets vom Sieg.
Acte, je suis votre serveur. Compagnon. Jets, mes votre... Jets, mes certes.
Don't come at me if you dare.
Jets, comme il vous plaise.
Il est...
Vostre service. Obéi. Incontinent. Attendez les comme si comme vos voldrez.
They
Je
do
ris
not
devant
want to
vos
fight, do
volets.
they?
Oui. Je suis votre serveuse. Mon
Ah, now they want to fight.
Je ris de vos volets. Je crois.
Get the archers.
Si comme vos voldrez. Incontinent. Alors, tous sommes prêts.
Downside is the men
The French recaptured St. Sigmund and prepared to rendezvous with Jeanne d'Arc.
Commandement pour les chevaucheurs.
But a large English detachment had set up a blockade. So long as that force was in place, the French vanguard could not reach Jeanne.
Beat the English blockade.
Incontinent.
What's the blockade? Ooh, another longbows, men-at-arms, and some mangonels. Ugh. But this is a good position for knights.
Alarson, Jim Chevreuil, Girid. Mon arway mène à Breckway. Fouer Girid. Mon destrier.
Unsifes comme dues. Ça, avant. Test vos commandement.
Sommes on ordonnance. Obéir. Access.
Compagnon à compagnon. Je gagne mon
Soit si comme vos voldrez. Apertisez votre courage. Compagnon, je suis votre serveuse. Si comme vos voldrez.
Oui, oui, à m'armer.
Je suis votre serveuse.
Courez, y voyez avant.
Allez ici, compagnon. Nous allons.
Pour votre serveuse.
Oh, you're gonna charge me. Great.
Assayez vos armes. Nous allons.
Dictons ça, avant. Test vos commandement.
Attendez les votre Jets vos armes.
Really? What are you doing, English?
Certes. Avant, compagnon. Quand je commande, avant. Incontinent. Je suis votre serveuse. Apertisez votre courage, compagnon. Incontinent.
Pass them.
Si comme vos voudrez. Pour votre service.
And don't forget we're here.
Certes.
Perfect.
Incontinent. Incontinent. Pour votre... Je suis votre serveuse.
Compagnon, os despartans briemant. Annonce, à m'armer. Nos despartans briemant. Annonce, à m'armer. Compagnon, nos annonces. Bien noi.
Break damage now, and then the rest can be
With the English blockade destroyed, the French vanguard rejoiced at the arrival of Jeanne d'Arc and her troops.
Oh, it's John. Everyone loves John.
With their rearguard eliminated, the remaining English forces would now seek to escape the valley through the town of Patay. 3 enemy regiments were converging on the town along 3 main roads.
Comme il vous plaît.
Alarson, Suisse.
Ramon Cri,
Donnet, Sommende, Maman.
Jean had either to stop the regiments on the roads or race ahead to fortify Patay itself.
si fait comme Dwayne. Voisance, bien ordonnée. Compagnon, marchette derrière. Allons ce sens plus attendre. Perfect à la sonne.
Accept Vespos. Los Alons.
Reste pour ça. Avant. Likou, reste tous scène là. Likou, je fais ce commande de...
Oye, des Spartans, prima.
Oh, that's a lot more. than
Reste tous some si comme vos voldrez.
Pex, V je face vos commandements. 6 à l'ennemi.
Likou, Ridet. De vest où devant Strider. Alarson, Coréo.
Oyet,
Je veux vos obéir.
si fait que sera.
Likou, Coréo. Plein de course.
Alors, je suis Accept Vespos, si comme vos voldrez.
Coréo à l'action.
Wedge de corps.
Coréo, Vertex. Alarson. Alarson, Coréo. De vest, si fait que sera.
that army is moving forward.
Alarson.
I think I can go and take these treasure chests by going
Likou,
around
si
them.
fesses comme Douès.
Reste avant,
Mes seigneurs.
Commande si besoin.
Jump forward and
Perfect. Si face comme Dwayne.
good.
As the forces of the valiant Jeanne d'Arc entered the town, the people of Patay rallied to her cause.
Ici les commandements.
Oh, nope, I did not mean to get the archer upgrade.
Accept Sivey.
leur amende. Compagnon, apertisez votre courage. Compagnon.
Mais ici les compagnons, Los Alons.
Okay.
J'avance mes compagnons, Los Alons.
Spearman. Okay.
Mais ici, oui.
Accept retrayez vos amours. Apertisez votre...
Accept, je gagne mon gage.
Je veuille vos certesses. Où dois-je, Reader? Je fais vos commandements. Hanks, Boat. Oh non, est-ce qu'il t'obéit? Coréo, reste.
Compagnon, comme il vous plaît.
Hiding here.
Je gagne mon gage. Oui, à ma main.
We
Sivey.
also have an ambush point for everyone.
Jotiens, mon siège. Je veuille vos obéir. Coréo.
Oyez bien, compagnon.
Dites Coréo, si fait
Oh.
que sera.
Mais ici les commandements.
Oh, there you are. We should get the other cavalry. Down. That's nice, really.
Pour votre service.
And get the gold. Don't think there's anything else.
Alarson et Brest.
Better not be.
Kiwi, avant.
Pex, à Montry, avant.
Obéis, je ride au vos volets. certes. Mon
Ooh,
arroy
got
fait
the
bien
achievement. Fill the coffers.
Commande compagnon.
And I got all the
Marcel
treasure chests.
derrière.
Which means I can safely ignore everything else and just go for that regiment.
Voisance, bien ordonnée. Ramon crie.
Probably should have set up a choke point there. This is fine.
Compagnon.
Set a choke point here. Might have to wait longer, but it's fine. This is not that hard of a mission.
Manons, presto, brace.
Que faut-il? I-13 sens nul arrest.
Time to fortify some of our units.
Lors Batige s'estui.
Où dois-je, leader? Les courir, j'y besoin. Devers où? Devant perfect. À Larson.
Sayette, voisance, bien ordonnée.
Let's heal everyone.
Allons ce sens plus attendre.
More Royal Knights. More Royal Knights.
Oyette, laisse commande, j'ai besoin. Voisance, bien ordonnée. Je fais votre commandement.
Coréour, si fecte sera.
Manouer à souffle.
Tex, veici les commandements.
Il n'est folle que la vis.
Je veux votre service.
À l'arson, chevalier.
Dicte-moi vos...
Attendez.
J'ai besoin. Si fecte sera.
Io tiens mon siège. Sommes on ordonnance.
Wie dois-je faire vos commandements? Si fais comme toi.
Où dois-je leader? Perfect. À la sonne. Si fais comme toi.
Pour votre service.
Courez où
Let's
perfect.
split this
À la
regiment
sonne.
in two.
Je fais vos commandements. Si fecte sera.
Si obéis à vos commandements.
We'll get ready.
Corée, je fais vos commandements.
Acces mes vos. Oyens bien, compagnon. Nos despartons briemant. Il est que je restais. Lichens, acces, oui, à part mes.
Ennemi pointoyé.
Commandement, il continue.
Charge.
Compagnon.
Oh no, 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 no. Ah, the ambulance.
Je suis votre service.
Hold them off, Councilor. Just request aid. Just hold. Never mind. I don't know how to mind. I didn't even get to upgrade this.
Donnez-moi vos habits.
Now to return triumphantly.
After an intense pursuit and a hard-fought battle, the French crushed the remaining English army, thwarting their desperate retreat. Now the triumphant Jeanne d'Arc could safely lead Charles to Reims for his coronation as King of France.
Jeanne d'Arc and her army were victorious. The English retreat was thwarted, and the path to Reims for Charles' coronation was clear.
The Battle of Patay was a disaster for the English. The French wiped out their bowmen and drove their forces from the Loire Valley. Now for Jeanne d'Arc and the Dauphin, the way to Reims was clear. The Maid of Orleans rode with the Dauphin through the streets and was at his side when he was finally crowned King Charles VII of France. But less than 2 years later, Jeanne was captured in battle, sold to the English, and put on trial for heresy. She spent 6 months locked in a dungeon, awaiting her fate. King Charles, who owed his crown to Jeanne, did nothing to help win her freedom. She was found guilty. On May 30th, 1431, Jeanne d'Arc was brought here, to the old market square in Rouen, where she was burned at the stake. She was 19 years old. But what the Maid of Orleans started could not be denied. Her victories were the first in a chain of successes for France's military. Liberty was within reach. Thanks to the leadership of 2 brothers, Jean and Gaspard Bureau, the French army became experts in the use of artillery, transforming it into a disciplined, modern fighting force. In 1448, King Charles was ready to make a major move against the English. He vowed to retake Normandy.
Well, that was not very nice of Charles. (1448) retake Normandy. The advent of gunpowder weapons had ushered in a new era of warfare. While England's army still relied on the longbow, the French had a unique opportunity to overpower them. This'll be fun.
King Charles VII's army would soon have access to the most advanced artillery in Europe, thanks to the master gunners, the Bureau brothers. While the brothers developed their weapons, the king laid plans for their use. He would bring Normandy back under French control.
Compagnon, ici les commandes.
The first phase of the king's plan would give the Bureau brothers time to perfect their cannons. He tasked his army with claiming a base of operations.
Base established.
With the town under French control, the Bureau brothers now had the use of the university and of their own siege workshop. Their next goal was to learn all they could about recent innovations in the mixing of the most potent gunpowder.
Why is there a palisade over there?
While the army waited for their new weapons, they kept a watchful eye for any English attacks on the town.
Research chemistry. Requires Imperial Age.
Ah, oui. Vestiaire de bouée. Advertance.
We're gonna need more food.
Oyez les ordonnances. Marchiez arrière-moi, Trestus.
Go in.
Où dois-je? J'y besoin.
Gather the sheep around.
Ça, avant. Dicte-moi si fait sera.
A party of English soldiers approached the French base, intent on reclaiming the town.
Voyez, je gagne
Not
de
under
mon
my
gage.
watch.
Oui, à marmer.
Courez, y voyez avant.
Ooh, we can reach Imperial Age already.
faut trahir.
Red Palace access complete. Comes with Arbos and placement that doubles deals bonus damage to heavy units. Gains 100% sight and range increasing. Seen to Stealth Forest. The question is, where do I want this one? Let's put it over.
Conquiste. First Gloria.
Decisions. Let's put it right there.
Adjustments was.
Oh, me Suisse envoyé.
Well, you can rebuild this palisade wall.
Giovanni Basti. Oyez tous le
Besoin de nos attaques.
moult me plaisent de chassière.
We don't really have a market. What is this? Why can't I see a trade post from all the way over here?
Oyez les ordres.
Courez, test
Oh,
votre
no, just
commandement.
send a scout over.
Aime besoin.
Tous de Yalowet.
Où dois-je? Hakes,
Ouh,
bow
cheap.
destrière. Hakes, bow destrière.
That is a boar.
Perfect. À l'arson. Ça, avant.
Hey, a sacred site and wolves.
Y voyez avant. Ennemi! Qui nous assaute? Si fait sera.
Yeah. We have a monastery.
Que faut-il donc pour vos servir? Lors bâti, je sais.
Macy, les Macy, c'est vrai. Oui, à marmer. Vengeance was. Non découvert.
Stab him.
Over the Genoid. Avant, over the ship. The big guy. Over the ship. Si faut mettre. Oui, à marmer. Oui, big guy. À tous près de poste, boarding warping.
Okay, we're gonna need to be more defensive.
Il prêche sans nul arrêt. Besoin y a si vins exploités.
Jet, le gain de Jetman was over the Cosibé. Over the jet, Jetman was habillé. Over the jet. Alors, oui, à marrer. Over the jet. À point de Jetman. Jetman was habillé. Over the jet. Sibé.
Messieurs-moi.
That's my right to Let's see, that sacred site. Where did I put that scout with all the sheep?
Dicte-moi vos test vos commandement. Bene, test vos commandement. Où dois-je? Hakes, bow destrière. Je fais vos commandement.
We should try to clear out the path to the trade post fast.
Hakes, à mon cri.
Besoin à faire?
Y voyez avant.
Oh, me fa au trail. Là, c'est moi y exploité. Tous y a l'oreille. Que faut-il donc besoigner?
Donnez moi vos habits.
Oh no.
Je ris dans vos volets. Attendez. Avant, compagnons. Recueillez vos appuis. Asseyez vos armes. Nous allons.
Spearman.
Je gagne mon gagne.
The brothers worked tirelessly to cast their gun barrels, but they still needed insight into the latest gunpowder chemistry.
Oui, je m'inclinerai à votre plaisir. Je ferai-je comme aimant.
Nos caractères,
Take some crossbows with your monk
si vous ne clamez
and
pas,
take that sacred
avancez.
sight.
Avant, bougre de limaçon.
Any more gold? What are gold
Prêt pour
miners doing?
faire les commandements.
Chemistry. Ooh. Corn gunpowder.
J'attends les commandements et les batailles.
Oh, peaceful.
Nous allons avoir le juste, c'est à honneur. Ne vous accordez point. Un autre ennemi croisé. Arbalète, je fais comme il vous plaît. Arbalétrier, ne restez pas assistant. Allons, arbalétrier, avant. Suivez le courroie, arbalétrier. Reste ce soit.
J'attends à vos ordres, suis. J'irai où vous voudrez.
Let's build another archery range. We could always use more crossbows. What's this? Ooh, workshop.
Précieux. Bien, bien, je le vais faire.
Nos carats, arbalétrier, ne restez pas assistant. Suis pour reste bien. Reste tous à votre
Right,
way.
we're out of
Je pars. Nous avons un port.
food,
Allez.
so let's send some. There's some villagers out here to hunt the Hobgoblins meat.
Arbalétrier avant, épée. Suivez le courroie, arbalétrier.
There we go.
Allons, arbalète. Je ferai votre commandement.
J'attends ma besogne prochaine.
Avez-vous
Bien compris, y vais. Votre plaisir est ordonnance. Sommes la quintaine de la traite. Alors, s'y viennent les commandements. Assignez-nous donc aucune besoin.
That's a very small order. There we go. Go that economic upgrades. He doesn't really attack too much.
Nous attendons, ce sera pour moi honneur.
Then these other guys to defend. Let's send some knights out to clear a path to the market.
Qu'ainsi il souhaite.
Upgrade the royal knights. There's way too much food.
Nous, chevaliers, on voit
Chemistry
pour la
research.
gloire.
Oh, that's a thing.
The Bureau brothers had successfully combined a powerful gunpowder recipe with sturdy cast iron gun barrels. At last, cannon production could begin. While the brothers turned out their cannons, culverins, and riboldequins, the French army would bolster themselves for the coming fight.
Envoyez vers la victoire, mes seigneurs.
Trade routes, reliable supplies, complete dislocation to its benefit, report timber, gunpowder artillery health, reduces gold cost by 60%.
Fais comme
So trading round will reduce production time. Timber will give more health. Surplus iron ore reduce gold cost. I think that's what we want first.
Juste, c'est à honneur. Chevalier, envoie pour la gloire.
Prêt, suis pour vos équipes. Voyez, si fais-je un continent. Autant coup. Allons, sans intermoyer.
C'est à honneur.
Moi, la
Je vois son avis. Sous pour la bataille.
Soudain, envoyez-moi.
Nous attendons mon chute à l'ennemi, mes seigneurs. Le champ nous attend. Juste est notre course, chevalier.
Oh, now they're attacking on all sides. Great.
Les traits de l'ennemi
some
envahissent mon
culprits.
endroit. Prêt, envoyez vers la victoire, mes seigneurs.
1500 gold, eh?
Ce sera pour moi. Honneur.
Okay, that take care of that one.
Avant, un seul arrière-garde. Envoyé pour la bataille. Le champ soudain. Envoyé pour la bataille. Un saint soit-il fait. Qui m'aime aille après moi.
Cesse d'huile, paix, j'entreprends.
Let's see if we
Avant,
can
un saint
harassing
l'arrière-garde.
this mine. It's the closest.
L'ennemi sera vaincu et mat. Où voulez que j'aille?
Oh, we can turn that off.
Les commandes assespez vos arloués. Avant. L'ennemi nous accède à honneur.
Charge!
Qu'ainsi il souhaite. Juste est notre course, chevalier.
Mine catcher.
With the mine under French control, the Bureau brothers had access to an abundance of iron for their gun barrels.
Compagnon.
Let's see.
Ma lance est
I think we
prête.
want to kill the
Donnez
units
ce commandement.
first.
Je quitte. Avant. Cuidez au butin. Un saint soit-il fait. Qui m'aime aille après moi. Qu'ainsi il
Could send some
souhaite.
villagers out to gather some gold.
J'attends ma besogne. Advertant. Bien, reste tous avec moi.
Will, je n'ai pas compris. Tout suit à votre plaisir.
Nous allons avoir les commandements.
J'attends vos ad. Will, j'y l'ai pas compris. Attendez-vous de moi. Donc il serait. Je prends cure de ce manière.
Okay, I'll keep on wood.
Les commandements vieux. Avant. Un saint l'arrière-garde.
And let's come back to more arms.
Dicte-nos quelqu'un. Ainsi sera fait.
Revolver
Précis
Quinn.
pour vos
Sommes
ennemis.
envoyés.
It's like an working gun.
Nos mouvons l'artillerie.
Assez, suis fier de mon œuvre.
J'ai besoin à part ma...
We are lacking stone.
J'attends ma besogne prochaine.
What time?
Soldats, avant. Assistez-vous pour la bataille. Voilà, point de
Now that's a spicy seafood.
Les engins de siège sont prêts.
Votre vouloir libéral.
Sécurez l'engin de siège. Envoyez. Suivez l'engin.
On va les trier. Soyez insuspects.
Let's build another one. I don't sell a lot of food for it. Just crash the food market. Ooh, Craniquin. If we can reduce Arbalest reloading time, then we'll have better Arbalest. Nope, wrong technology. I'm not using experiments, so I don't need that.
Nous avons envoyé Soudan. Suivez l'artillerie. Will, à part main. Suivez l'engin.
Le envoyé, chevalier.
Paix. Sécurez l'engin de siège. Envoyé. C'est quasi assouvi.
Yeah,
Suivez
let's take
l'engin.
the sea
Avant, allons. Sécurez l'engin de siège. Envoyé.
That gold will be useful. Let's start training some traders.
Causez-vous. Oh, je fais votre commandement.
Qu'attendez-vous de moi?
Advertant.
Will, je l'ai bien compris.
À la mine.
Now let's go get that stick.
Prêt à part main. Nos ordonnances. Suivez l'engin de Soudan.
Ooh, hand cannon here.
Reste zoom pour le Centaure.
Les engins de siège. Engin de siège.
It's not helping the AI, it's bad against range units.
Oui, à part main.
Well, it helps me, but certainly not them.
Envoyez Soudan. Suivez l'artillerie. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
Je fais mon
Ouh,
fait
bon.
le destrier mi-porte. Accordé. Je fais
And a
votre
relic.
commandement.
Tout suit, ainsi sera fait.
Gibbs Rock.
J'enjambe l'avoué de vertu.
Nos ordres. Ainsi soit-il.
At last, the French artillery weapons were ready for deployment. After years of preparation, the time had come for Charles VII to make his move. To take back Normandy, he would need to recapture the stronghold of Rouen, a critical fortress from which the English had been attacking Paris. Rouen walls would face an explosive trial against the mighty force of
Oh, no, that's
gunpowder.
great. Run away, run away.
Nous êtes chevaliers. Chevalier. On va pour la gloire.
Okay, reach ruins.
Ça, engin. En la voie. Oui, à part. Engin de siège. C'est à faute aller.
Reste
Toutes les engins se meuvent.
si le fait à tout
Les
état.
engins de siège. Ça faute aller.
Je
Ennemis,
tiens
nos
votre
engins. Les
ordre.
engins se meuvent. C'est quasi assouvi.
Yes! Great.
Nous attendons vos commandements. Ainsi, envoyez, chevalier. Si le fait
With the skirmish won, trade could begin with the settlement.
Assimilons donc aucune besogne.
Oh, we were being attacked. And the game saving.
Nos carnets.
Avant. Explorez les engins.
Oh, not that bad. Freedom time. Triers, increased help cavalry.
C'est quasi assouvi. Assistez.
C'est un honneur. Chevalier, ensemble,
Engin de siège. Ça faute aller. Nos accomplissements.
ce sera pour vous. Honneur. Envoyez de la victoire, mes seigneurs.
Les engins de siège sont prêts. Niveau de charge prêt. Quel commandement?
Break them down.
Engins de siège,
Nos carrels sont prêts. Où dois-je traire ce carrel? Nous attendons vos commandements.
The Reaper also run out of power and can send the traders more freely.
Nous attendons vos commandements. Juste et non, ce sera sous pour la bataille. Nous sommes aux attentes. Si le
Alright,
fait a
that's
tout
gonna burn
été,
down soon.
c'est quasi assourdi.
nous attendons vos
Let's
commandements.
send them.
Accomplissons vos ordonnances. Suivez l'engin. Avant, allons.
Je vous obéis.
Advise pour votre engin.
Avez-vous commandement
Optimé. J'y vais.
13-12, écoute les ordonnances. À vos ordres, suis.
And let's send the monk to go and convert that site.
Vostre je vais où est doué. Obéissez.
Oh, yeah, but I had this guy pick up a relic.
Prêt suis pour vos adversaires. À vos ordres suis.
More gold.
Bien, bien, je le vais faire.
Guess they're no longer sending units down this path. What do they have? I wasn't
Soudain,
paying
nous
attention.
avons nos commandements.
Tout suit à votre plaisir.
Nous avons sécuré l'engin de siège. Envoyé.
Right, head back home.
Envoyé, Soudain. Nos ordonnances sont la sus.
Attendez vos devoirs.
And afterwards, we will start making a trek towards here, the river port. A little more gold. Let's sell all our food. Royal cannon. Let's also have some culverins up.
Qu'attendez-vous de moi?
The question is, do I go here and in here? Oh, okay, never mind. There is tax money for that. That's fine.
Prêt pour Astier. Avant. Ça, nous entendons.
Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Ainsi sera le
Ooh, that's Megan else. Just
Astier, il nous faut marcher.
engin de siège actif.
also more precise.
Arbalétrier, nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
J'attends votre... Où y serait. Ce sera moule bien assouvi.
J'attends 6 et j'acontinue.
I'm gonna need this.
Rappareillement entre.
Ready?
Nous attendons vos commandements.
Nous avons les commandements reçus.
Job, l'avoué de vertu veuille suivre.
Let's train the scout to explore the land more.
Où dois-je traire ce carrel?
Quels sont vrais? À vos ordonnances.
Nos arbalétriers. Soyez prestes pour les soudains. Où voulez que j'aille?
I don't have any more X I need, do I? There we go. Relic bonus. Right, well, hold the front and I'll come back
Souda,
with
sécurez l'engin de siège. Envoyé.
later.
Suivez l'engin, Souda. Les ordres, suivez l'engin. Avant, allons. Oui, la farme.
I need more knights.
Souda, nous avons nos commandements. Sécurez l'engin de siège. Envoyé.
Quels sont vos commandements optimés? J'y vais. Je mâche mon... Oi, Gyride.
Tout est ordonné. Teignez vos armes et en avant. Suivez l'engin, Souda.
Easy way.
Nous avons... Suivez l'engin, Souda.
Avez-vous commandement pour moi?
Je me mets en l'avoué.
Moult me plaît de vrai en Forest.
Un costière et je pointoyais des ennemis. Faites pour aider.
Nous avons les commandes. Ainsi soit-il.
There's some cavalry.
Ainsi sera fait. Avant. Défourrez vos armes.
Venez ça.
Finish this treasure chest. Got it.
Paix, envoyez Souda. Suivez l'artillerie. Teignez vos
Ooh,
armes
sacred
et
sight.
en avouez.
You could use that.
Quelle est ma optimée? Par de la veille. À part ma...
Si elle...
J'y vais.
Nos ordonnances sont quasi assouvis. Nos accomplis sont... Engin de siège. Avant. Nous sommes aimés de très ennemis. Gardez vos épées, partez vers vous.
Un costière et je pointoyais des ennemis.
Point de repos pour les hardis.
Obéis, je vais.
Don't capture now sacred sites. And put one relic over there. Take that one later.
Votre voulu. La vouée de vertu.
Oui, la farme. Avant. SSP vont pour la bataille. Savons. Gardez vos épées, partez vers vous. Ainsi sera fait. C'est quasi assouvi.
Quel est votre plaisir? Nos carrels sont
Advise pour votre engin.
Yep, I think that was my monk.
Suivez l'engin. Avant, allons.
J'attends vos advises.
Tous j'incline à votre volonté.
Envoyez, Souda. Suivez l'artillerie. Ainsi soit-il. Avant. Défourrez vos armes. Ainsi soit-il.
Oyez tout. Bien, restos à votre point.
Les engins de siège sont salons. Gardez vos épées, partez vers l'autre. Teignez vos armes et envoyez. Oui, la par main.
Oh, come back, cavalry. Oh, I'm sure our crossbow can handle it. Or that might just be a patrol.
Nos ordonnances sont là.
J'obéirai. Je m'inclinerai à votre plaisir. Jean-Jean,
Nous avons ainsi soit-il.
obéis. La vouée de vertu veuille suivre.
Souda, suivez l'engin, Souda.
Trestou, allons, sans atermoyer.
Paix. Sécurez l'engin de siège. Envoyez. Teignez vos armes. L'ennemi nous court
What's
dessus.
this? Oh, no, my troops.
Ainsi sera fait. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
That's fine. Okay, doesn't do a good job.
Que ce soit-il fait.
Dites-nous, tout est comme ça, engin. En avoué, tout est ordonné. Les engins, ainsi sera tout est ordonné. Les engins se meurent. Suivez l'engin. Engin. En l'avoué.
Come on, let's get the siege weapons into set.
Oyez les commandes.
Les engins, c'est
There we
quasi assouvi. Tout est ordonné. Engin de siège, assouvi. Ils vont bâtir de notre île. Nous déconfisons l'ennemi. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
And here we go on this.
Arbalétrier, ne restez pas assistant. Arbalétrier, suivez le courroie, arbalétrier.
Engin, c'est quasi assouvi. Envoyez Soudard, suivez l'artillerie. C'est quasi assouvi.
Je cueillerai aussi une fois.
Tout est ciblé. Suivez l'artillerie. Suivez l'engin, Soudard. Suivez l'engin. Allons. Suivez l'engin. Avant, allons.
Is there no more other units? Apparently not.
Envoyez Soudard, suivez l'artillerie. Suivez l'engin, Soudard. Nous ne les engins de
S'il me plaît, votre présence, compagnon.
Oh, okay, they held them off. Yay.
En plein bourg, fait un destrier. C'est honneur de guerroyer. Je fais mon strict commandement. C'est honneur.
Yeah, I guess it's a pain no matter which thing I choose to invade. So I can take more units with me. Or siege weapons.
Dites-nous quelqu'un t'en abattre. L'ennemi nous a encantés.
After raising the river port, the French soldiers seized a stockpile of shipworthy timber, which could be used for superior cannon frames.
Aha.
The brothers now had every available advantage in producing their guns.
Vise pour votre engin.
Une grande chose devais-je l'entreprendre.
Il traille sur l'engin.
Oh, no, my siege weapons.
Dites-nous. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Engin de siège. Tout est ordonné. Salon. Gardez vos esprits. Porte vers la victoire. C'est une victoire de siège. Envoyez. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
Let's go down the middle.
Les
Since
commandements
the right
Nos
can be
ordonnances.
protected
Sécurez
by
l'engin de siège. Envoyez. Dites-nous quelqu'un t'en abattre.
Avez-vous votre
by
plaisir
speaking
et
which.
ordonnance?
Villager. Build another
Un
keep, would
hostel
you?
à Bastille.
Here, build a third keep.
Ce sera moult bien
Just all by
assoupi,
yourself.
Arbalète, suivez
I'll
le
have some
courroie,
crossbows protect you
arbalétrier.
while they're gone.
Dites-nous quelqu'un t'en a visé. Avez-vous très bien. Changeons d'assiette.
As such, just like
Suis pour vous. J'y vais. Ce sera moult.
Les engins de siège sont prêts. Très bien. Changeons d'assiette. Niveau de 1, 6 sera fait.
Arbalétrier, ne restez pas assistant.
Votre vouloir.
Nous avons la mise pour votre engin. Soudain, nous avons nos commandements.
Les arbalètes, arbalétrier, avant. Et paix.
how much supply does take up 3?
Quels sont vos commandements?
This is some of our scouts. No? Doesn't want to be with my
Oi,
scouts?
j'ai libre. J'ai besoin de la par main.
What is this, scout immortal?
Optimé, j'y vais. Optimé, par de la veille.
Apparently it is.
Oyez Veuillez tous. Voici les commandements.
Okay, see, that dies.
Brest sont...
Dicte Joyce, où dois-je traire ce carrel?
Les engins de siège sont prêts.
Point de repos pour les hardis.
Tout est en engin de siège, ça faut aller. Ça, engin, en l'avouer.
Good. What is my cannons? Better not be
Les engins
cannons.
se mettent. Nos ordonnances sont envoyées, Soudard. Suivez l'artillerie. Advise pour vos engins de siège en branle. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Les engins se meuvent. Paix. Paix ici les commandements.
Au carrel, arbalétrier, ne restez pas assistant. Si fait. Moi ne délaisserai mon assistant. Arbalé, comprince.
Engins de siège assis.
Chevaliers,
Who could that be?
envoie pour la gloire. Envoyez vers la victoire, mes seigneurs.
So now people enemies. There we go. No more robbing sacred sites.
Nous avons suivi
Right, well,
l'engin,
that's a
Soudard.
lot more siege weapons.
Sécurez l'engin de siège.
Let's start breaking through
Envoyez.
this wall.
Nous actons.
Nos carrels sont
Avant, un.
Tout est ordonné. Oui, là par main.
Nous qui même aillent après moi.
Engin, ainsi sera fait.
Je quai ma lance à plein cours, féal destrier. Ce sera pour moi honneur.
Now our
Avant,
offense
un
begins.
sans l'arrière-garde. Avant.
Les engins de siège assis. Advise pour votre engin. Nos actes. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Si fait. Tout est ordonné. Ça, engin, en l'avouer. Advise, sommes envoyés. Engin de siège assis. Les engins de siège. Ça va.
Voyez, c'est à honneur.
Tout est engin de siège. Les engins se battent. Ainsi.
Ce sera pour
Ah.
moi honneur.
Tout est ordonné. Advise. Engin de ça, engin. En l'avouer. Les engins de siège sont prêts.
Wow, that took out the castle one quick.
Engin de siège assis.
Alright, well,
Tout
start
est
marching.
ordonné. Engin de siège, ça faut aller. C'est quasi
Oh, what's this?
Dicte sommes envoyés. Très bien, changeons d'assiette.
Nos carrels sont arbalétriers.
I like crossbows have shorter range than
Les
longbows.
arbalétriers sont à
Soudain, suivez l'engin.
Les arbalètes sont à de espèces.
Nous à 15 cibles.
Arbalètes.
Nous allons qui même aillent à
Tout est en ça, engin. En l'avouer.
Nos carrels, arbalétriers, avant. Épais.
Les engins, ainsi soit-il. Will, à part main. Si fait. Engin de siège. Engin de siège, assis. Oui, à part main. Ainsi sera fait. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Les amis, nos amis camarades. La carte est dégagée. Youhou! Tout est... C'est cap...
Qu'ainsi il souhaite. Ce sera pour moi.
Les engins de siège, ça faut aller. Will, tout est ainsi soit.
Moult me plaît votre présence.
That's a lot of
compagnon.
relics.
Moult me plaît votre présence.
I would expect me to push my force forward.
Arbalète, arbalète, fumez le combat, arbalétriers. Arbalétriers, avant.
Mais, suivez l'engin. Avant, allons. Sécurez l'engin de siège. Enjouez. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
So far, so good.
Obéis, reste sous vos mois. Nos arbalètes au quart, j'ai pour vous tout à tir.
Ainsi sera fait.
Oui, la barbare est une merveilleuse victoire. Suivez l'engin.
Blows up any outpost away. Yay!
Ainsi soit-il. Ainsi sera fait. Suivez l'engin, Soudard. Avant. Le champ. C'est quasi assouvi. Nous accomplissons
Ceux qui appointent ce bien.
Suivez l'artillerie. Ainsi soit-il. Envoyez,
March,
Soudard. Suivez
march,
l'artillerie.
march, march.
Oui, là par main. Advise pour votre engin. Nos ordonnances. Engin de 600 engins. En la voie. Ainsi soit-il. Quelle triompheuse victoire. Ils sont anéantis. Les engins de siège
Four
s'affrontent à
was a
l'air.
good idea.
Engins de sang. Les engins de siège sont prêts.
Just one shot
Les
the tower.
engins sont
Avant. Cuidez au butin. Moult
Alright, we're approaching the walls of Rouen.
Engin de siège. Engin de siège en branle. Dictenos, quelqu'un fait avise pour votre engin. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Oui, la femme. Toutes les engins se meuvent. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Ainsi sera fait. Advise pour votre engin. C'est quasi assouvi.
What do we got this time? Nothing.
Tout est ordonné. Oui, la barbe. La quintaine est toute ruineuse.
The French army bore down on the formidable walls of Rouen, ready to launch their final assault on this key English stronghold.
Ça faut aller.
And we're under attack.
Nos arbalètes, je fais votre commandement. Suivez le courroie arbalétrier.
Engin de siège. Engin. Ainsi sera fait. Engin de siège. Ça faut aller. Engin. Les engins se meuvent. Les engins de ça, engin.
Nous ainsi le fait à tout tir.
Oh,
Tout
forward.
est ordonné. Point de faille, votre traite. Ainsi soit-il. Les engins. Tout est ordonné. Les engins de siège.
Rouen walls were
Tout est
breached.
ordonné.
The French army had at last exposed the heart of the fortress.
Ainsi soit-il. Engin de ça, engin. Oui, la barbe.
Having lost the walls of Rouen, the English made a last stand to hold the city. The French would need to destroy the buildings that had housed the English army and drive out the enemy for good.
Point de faille, votre trait. Ainsi sera fait. Engin, c'est l'heure de traiter sur l'engin. Ça, engin, en la voie. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Tout est c'est quasi assouvi. Les engins de siège sont prêts. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Les engins de siège, ça faut aller. C'est quasi assouvi. Tout est ordonné. Les engins se meuvent. Engins de siège, ça faut aller.
Ah, still alive.
Engins de siège, ainsi sera fait. Suivez l'engin, Soudard. Ainsi soit-il.
Still going good. Just need to destroy all the landmarks.
Envoyez. Suivez l'engin. Allons, allons.
Great position.
Tout est oui, la barbe. Engin de
down. 2 more.
Ainsi soit-il. Suivez l'engin. Alpinos mouvance. Engin de siège, ainsi. Appuyez pour votre engin. Engin de siège. Ils vont bâtir. On va les crier. Allons, on va les crier.
Oh, take that.
Visez votre capitaine. Les
Oh, there goes my Colton. What's it called? The Baltic one.
Tout est ordonné. Tout est ordonné. Engin de siège. Suivez le courroie. On va les crier. On va les crier. Ne restez pas distants. On va les crier. Engin fait quasi à tout. Les engins de siège. Nos accomplis. Engin de siège. Ainsi. On va les crier. Soyez à cette paix. Si fait. Les engins de siège. Tout est ordonné. Il commence quelqu'un là-bas. Engin de siège. Ainsi. Engin. Ainsi sera fait. Tout est ordonné. Ils vont bâtir de notre île.
Break all the buildings.
Il commence quelqu'un là-bas. Les entrées quasi assouvis.
No more buildings means no more
Envoyez,
units.
soudain. Suivez
And
l'artillerie.
they ignore everything behind it.
Ainsi soit-il. Tout est ordonné. Soudain, Sadon. Garde vos esprits. Soyez bons de tout est tout ça. En avant. Les engins se meurent. Oui, la barre. Ainsi soit-il. Engins de nos accomplis sont vos ordonnances. Criez bas. Allons, on va les crier. Avant. On va les crier. Avant. On va les crier. Avant. Vite fait. Nos arbalètes sont accessibles. Les engins se rencontrent. On va les crier. Faites comme ça. Engins de siège.
Oh no.
Ça va.
They're trying to burn.
Les engins de siège en branche. On va les crier. Dictonos, suivez l'engin, soudain. Un autre mouvement, suivez le courroie, on va les crier.
I think I should have just rushed them that way. Okay, plan B. Train more of them. This is gonna take a while.
On va les crier, soyez satisfaits. Je fais vous travailler au moule de crever. Fort bien. Les engins
Actually, I
de siège,
go
ça
to
soudain,
Canada.
c'est quasi assouvi. Presse 8, presse tout, nous avons un port. Allez. Un hostel à Bastille. Les arbalètes sont accessibles.
Avançons.
Dictonos, quelqu'un t'aime à battre. Dictonos.
Obéir est divine vertu.
Jetez votre advertence.
Où dois-je traire ce
Je me plaisir.
Vise pour votre engin.
Advertence, voici les commandements.
J'attends ma besogne prochaine. Un hostel à Bastille.
Avez-vous commandement pour moi?
Avez-vous commandement pour moi?
Qu'attendez-vous de moi? Un hostel à Bastille.
J'attends vos advices.
Juste et nos envoyés vers la
Quel est votre plaisir?
Ainsi soit-il. Advise pour votre engin. On va les trier. Soyez à ce semaine.
Our troops prepare for another long march.
Nous avons les commandements reçus. Engin de ciel, nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
Let's wait for another revolver point.
Nous avons les commandes.
Ça y est, c'est
Dites-nous si quelqu'un t'en a battu.
Vous voulez que j'aille? Je vous obéis.
À nous est ordonné.
Nos carrels sont prêts pour prêts.
Où voulez que j'aille?
Nos ordonnances sont
It should be enough.
Suivez
I really,
l'engin.
as for defense, I can really leave it to any other unit section right now.
Oui, là par main.
Arbalétrier, juste et nostre, prêt pour faire les commandes.
Les engins de siège sont prêts. Engins de siège assis.
Votre plaisir.
March forward. It's gonna be a long march.
Réussis les commandements.
One by one, hurrah, hurrah. Inside marching one by one, hurrah, hurrah. Inside marching one by one. I don't know how the rest of the song goes.
Nos ordonnances sont la sus. Nous avons les commandements reçus.
Je vous obéis.
Quelle est ma
Où
besoin?
pourrais-je
Oh,
faire
j'ai
votre carré?
Je marche optimé par de la beige.
Let's kill some upgrades, but have enough compared to the resources.
Faire ce carré.
J'attends vos express suivants vos équipes.
Commandement, mon sang bouillonne.
Advise pour votre engin. Dites-nous quelqu'un peine à battre. Advise pour votre engin. Soudard, nous avons nos commandements. Nous avons les commandements.
J'arrive.
Ribot de camp prêt. Dites-nous quelqu'un peine à battre. Advise pour votre engin. Dites advise pour votre engin. Nos ordonnances sont la sus. Soudard, nous avons nos commandements. Suivez l'engin, Soudard.
Le champ nous attend.
Maybe I should approach from the right side. This feels like shorter. Middle's probably the most direct, but it's probably heavily fortified around here. Maybe it's just an empty path. Who knows? I'm not going there.
Prêt. Réussis les commandements. Ainsi sera fait.
Ooh, we're being attacked. Finally, some action.
Voie de repos pour les
Well,
C'est quasi assouvi. En bruit, Soudard. Suivez l'artillerie.
I doubt they're supposed to rebuild anything, so I guess we can just walk in there and just kill everything that's left.
Oui, à part.
Nous allons qui même aille après moi. Ce sera pour moi honneur.
Just gotta watch out for the
Cuidez
units.
au butin, qu'ainsi il souhaite. Qui même aille après moi, c'est à honneur. Avant, un saint l'arrière-garde, un saint soit-il fait.
I should make a habit of
Moult me plaît votre
reinforcing
présence,
mid-battle.
compagnon. Avant, un saint l'arrière-garde.
Ainsi soit-il.
Oyez avant, cuidez au butin, qui même aille après moi. Nos sensations de l'ennemi!
Arbalétrier, très bas.
Nous attendons
Tout est proche du ciel.
Come on, then, Shy. Get over here.
Nos accomplissements de l'ordonnance.
Oh, thought this gonna be less of a resistance than I just thought my knights instead. Oh well. There we go. Normandy retaken.
With the English scattered and their buildings in ashes, the French had recaptured the critical fortress of Rouen. Charles VII had proven that France was no longer the underdog in the 100 Years' War. After decades of bloody dispute, Normandy was finally back in French hands.
Thanks to Bureau Brothers cannons, Normandy fell back under French control. The nearly century-long war was almost won. How long have I been streaming? One hour, 36 minutes and third. Feels like it's shorter than that. Okay, I guess I can do another mission. Maybe I can get through the entire rest of the French campaign.
Thanks to the explosive force of cannon fire, the French were close to victory in this century-long war. But in a final grasp at power, the English dispatched a fresh army, equipped with their tried and tested longbows. Formigny would be a trial of old versus new, to determine the fate of France.
The Battle of Formigny. In the last grasp of the 100 Years' War, England clung to its territories in the north of France, sending a vast army to defend them. At Formigny, it would meet the force of France's momentum head-on. 1450. So this is the final mission of the 100 Years' War campaign.
English commander Sir Thomas Kyriel sent a large expedition to crush the French in Normandy. The village of Carentan was directly in their path.
Look, cannons.
Massively outnumbered, the French skirmishers near Carentan would give their lives to weaken the English. Though they fought bravely, the French skirmishers could only slow the English advance. The main body of the French army finally arrived in the river valley. The French now needed to locate and destroy the English army, but they would face a well-entrenched enemy with several local garrisons. The French destroyed the garrison at Brickbeck.
Next up.
French forces found a detachment of the English army attacking the town of Valognes. If they could stop the attack, they might gain valuable resources.
Save alone.
English attack on Valognes halted, the citizens moved to support the French army.
No.
Nous attendons les commandements.
Ooh, mark it.
À l'archon, prêt pour les commandements.
Arsenal.
J'attends les commandements. Si sera fait selon votre commandement. Avez-vous? Je fais votre commandement.
Buildings or siege engines right now. Yeah, increased range attack of the arm blasters. What else? I guess I'll increase infantry.
Voyez bien,
armor.
je vais devant, prenez derrière. En avant, reste tous en mesnée.
I think the English army was right here from the start, so I guess it's supposed to be over here?
Allons, que le pas.
Or something.
Délaissons ces spulieux.
Probably over here, actually, since it's like a bridge.
Je vais devant, prenez derrière.
Well, either way, let's go there.
Reste tous en mesnée. Au stress dit est bien clair.
If I can figure out which way to go.
Ainsi soit fait. Allons, que le pas.
Okay, now it's better.
Pieds-moi, Savoie. Je fais votre commandement. Vous voulez que j'envoie des spécimens et que je prie nous allons après. Je vais devant, prenez derrière. En avant, reste tous en mesnée. Délaissons ces spulieux. Allons, que le pas. Je vais devant, prenez derrière. Nous délaissons ces spulieux. Allons, que le pas. Si sera fait selon votre commandement. En avant, reste tous en mesnée. Allons, que le pas. Votre stress dit est bien clair.
This is seriously just all blocked off.
Nous
Ugh.
délaissons ces spulieux. Ainsi soit fait. Coustilier, en ordonnance.
It is.
Nous allons avoir...
Okay, we're back on the railroaded path we go. At least I can use this blacksmith arsenal later.
Voyez bien en avant. Reste tous en mesnée. Je vais devant, prenez derrière. Si sera fait selon votre commandement. Ainsi soit fait. En avant, reste tous en mesnée. Je fais votre commandement. Votre stress dit est est bien clair. Nous attendons vos commandements. Les coustiniers sont prêts. C'est l'heure de départir, Souda. Mais téléspecte bien. L'heure est d'aller envoyer. JQ. J'entends les tris. Nous attendons allons plus que le pas. Vous vestiez vos appoints. Prêts. L'ennemi nous assaut de longue traite. Vous vestiez votre commandement. Coustiniers.
There's another ambush.
Si sera fait selon votre commandement. Jevus Amway. En action, ne clamez-vous que si sera fait selon votre commandement. Allons plus que le pas. Avant, combattons en messie. Quoi des points. Avez-vous commandement? J'attends les Gérides à Parmain. Voyez bien, merci les commandements. Que sont les commandements? Géride incontinent. Si sera fait selon votre commandement. Votre esdite est bien clair. Encelons et ridons. Une joyeuse. Je suis acier. Géride incontinent. Ainsi soit fait. Géride à Parmain. Encelons et ridons. Votre esdite est bien clair. Prêt pour les commandements. Coustiniers, nos allons.
Oops.
Nos carrels sont prêts.
Soyez envoyés vers la gloire.
Au reste sont vos mois.
It's not enough gold for anything.
Avez-vous le son ainsi soit fait? Une joyeuse coursée. Géride incontinent. Fiez-vous à moi. Une joyeuse coursée. Je fais votre commandement. Si sera fait selon votre commandement. Encelons et ridons. Géride incontinent. Nous allons avoir les commandements.
Vostre vous l'avouez de vertu. Soyez prest.
Voyez bien les commandements.
Soyez prest, mes frères.
Voyez bien. Faites ici les commandements. Nous attendons ainsi soit fait.
Arbalétrier avant.
Soute, je fais vos crèves.
Arbalétrier. Suivez le convoi. Je fais votre arbalétrier. Alors, arbalétrier.
Les coustiniers, en ordonnance. Nous allons. Arbalétrier, ayez bas. L'ennemi nous assaut de longue trêve. Soyez faits.
Push them all. Burn them all. Let's got some extra gold. Yes, let's get some area burns. That is really
The English base at Saint-Sauveur fell to the French forces, but the enemy army was still at large.
Je fais charrette. Je les couche après votre commandement.
Okay, and let's see where this path leads us. This one. Probably leads around here, but you can never be too sure.
Allons, plus que le pas. Je vais devant, ridez derrière.
Well, it might not even be a path, but oh well.
Nous délaissons Cestuilieu. En avant, reste tous en
Much
mesquite.
faster.
Mes frères, frères,
À l'arceau, baisse là. Nous délaissons Cestuilieu. Diego Zamoué. Votre estime est bien claire. Allons plus que le pas. En avant, reste tous en mesquite. Je vais devant.
Yes, it is in town.
Je vais devant, ridez derrière. Allons plus que le pas. Si sera fait selon votre commandement, nous délaissons Cestuilieu. Je fais votre commandement. En avant, reste tous en mesquite.
It's just
Je vais devant, ridez derrière. Allons plus que le pas. Nous délaissons Cestuilieu. En avant, reste tous en mesquite. Votre estite est bien claire. Voyez bien, je fais votre commandement. Si sera fait selon votre commandement, Diego Zamoué. À la flic et des deux. Les carrés sont voyés presque pour les commandements.
And now to wait for them to go back there again. Yay. Ooh, forgot about this one. Cranikins. Let's save up some gold then.
Nous attendons les commandements. Ainsi soit fait. En arçon, mousquilier. Vos destriers rongent leur frein. Si sera fait selon votre commandement. À l'arçon, dressons les commandements. J'attends les commandements. Les coustiniers sont prêts. En arçon, ainsi sur les quais. Diego Zamoué.
Nope, that's the lumber camp.
Coustinier, nous allons. En bas les triers, en bas les soyez. Allons,
ainsi sera fait.
les coustiniers, en ordonnance. Nous allons.
Alright, let's get some more healing going on.
Si les commandements. Nos destriers rongent leur presse humain.
And
Ici
that's
les
it.
commandements. En arçon, coustinier. Chapelez-les. Coustinier, en ordonnance.
Reste j'incline à votre volonté.
À la flic et des deux. Nos carrés sont soudains. Nous avons commandement.
Take down the side pathways. Oh, it might.
En arçon, coustinier. En arçon, coustinier. Piquez des dents. Soyez si sobre. Ainsi soit fait. Car j'obéis à votre avis. À la coustinier, nous allons. Votre estite est bien claire. Piquez les deux. Je suis en coustinier. En arçon, coustinier. Ainsi soit fait.
Fratrie mère.
Nous
Je fais votre commandement. Ainsi soit fait. Votre esthète est bien claire. Tous, j'incline à votre volonté. Avec votre esthète est bien claire. Je fais comme il vous plaît. Donc, m'envoyez-vous.
Alors, ce qui sera fait selon votre commandement.
Nothing else here.
Tiens vos amoués. Piquez les deux.
Probably just like an English blockade or something.
L'ennemi de façon de longue traite.
Ça va, suivez le courroie, balétrier. Joy et j'entends.
Les coustiliers, nous allons. Coustiliers,
Nos carrières sont prêtes pour prêts. Nos arbalètes sont à 16 mètres. Je fais votre commandement. Arbalétrier, restez pas bouche de crever. Il faut envoyer tout à tir.
Wonder if there's anything else here.
J'ai pourvu. Je fais votre commandement.
Or if it's just a stealth force to get ambushed in.
Vous voulez que je fais comme il vous plaise. J'ai pourvu.
Looks like the latter.
J'ai pourvu tout à tir. Je fais votre commandement et j'entends.
Any sort.
Arbalétrier avant. Épais. Presque sont les commandes. Arbalétrier, j'ai pourvu tout à tir.
les coustiliers,
Carrel.
ainsi soit fait.
Arbalétrier, ne restez pas assistant.
Heal everyone up.
And
charge again.
Je fais comme il vous plaît.
En absent, coustilier.
Voici comme vous.
En absent, coustilier. Nous allons.
The French forces located Kyriel's English army at a river crossing near the town of Formigny.
That is certainly an army.
Let's
Let's consider going around. Why is this lying here?
Tout est coustilier. Ça va suivre le... Allons donc. J'appliquez les deux. Votre estime est bien claire. Tiens vos amoués.
Nope, there's no path here. But there is a path here.
Voici sommes seuls. En absent, coustilier.
Alright, stay there, Kyriel. I'm just gonna go and try to go around here actually.
Ainsi sera fait.
Les coustiliers. Soyez allons donc.
Je fais comme il le plaît.
There might not even actually be a path.
Tout est sera fait selon l'arbalète. Allons nous dérouiller les camps. Tout est tiens vos amoués. Coustilier, en ordonnance. Nous allons. Coustilier, nous allons. Votre estime
This
est
might
bien
just be
claire.
where we get either reinforcements or
En absent,
just
coustilier. Piquez les deux.
yeah, there's nothing.
Coustilier, voyez oui.
Ainsi ferai-je comme émandé.
Nous attendons que fait votre...
Alors, arbalétrier.
Soyez envoyés vers la gloire. Si sommes soldés pour
Our spearmen are not really very useful.
À l'assaut. Votre estime est bien claire.
Ça me fait votre commandement.
Soyez envoyés vers...
Les arbalèstes sont à 16 mètres.
Ne bougez pas. Si ça rappelle selon votre commandement.
Heal.
Les coustils, je fais votre commandement.
Faites comme il vous plaît. J'ai
Ceux qui sont soldés pour besoigner. Envoyés vers la gloire.
Several of the Bureau brothers' heavy guns and other forces arrived to help.
Oh, this will make things a lot easier.
Soyez prêts. Arbalétrier, prêt pour les commandements.
Engins de siège
guys are on
assis.
the
Tout
full
est
board.
en. Les engins se meuvent. Engins de siège, ça peut aller.
Even with their cannons, the French faced the difficult task of engaging the well-positioned English army.
Ceux-ci sommes soldés pour besoigner.
Quelle triompheuse victoire! Ils sont anéantis!
Nous attendons.
Tout est ordonné! Engins de siège!
Just slowly push forward with the bombards. As long as you get the longbowmen. And then oh, here they come.
The French attacks succeeded in drawing the English front line out of position and across the river.
This is not going well as expected. I feel away so much.
Suffering losses, the English front line retreated back across the river.
Nos accomplis sont vos ordonnances. Ainsi sera fait. Sécurez l'engin de siège. Envoyez. Oui, la barbe. Avant. Défourrez vos
Maybe we'll
armes.
get reinforcements, who knows? Oh,
The French received word that their Breton allies had arrived with their knights and horsemen. Now the two armies could coordinate. The Bretons saw an opportunity to attack the English from the back. As the Bretons attacked, the English had no choice but to pivot their front line, opening their flanks to attack from the French.
Déliez vos armes et en avouez.
maybe this could be tackled better if I restart. That'll be
Ainsi
fine.
sera fait. Ça donc. Gardez vos épées par devers vos.
Reste zoom pour la bataille.
Arbalétrier, triez bas. Arbalétrier avant. Épais. C'est bon.
Les engins de siège sont prêts.
Juste le champ. Oui, chevalier.
Yeah, this could have went better. Let's restart that battle. There has to be a better way to tackle it. Maybe I can spread the bombard cannons out so they would affect more things.
Nous allons avouer, je fais votre commandement. S'indiquer des deux.
Lancier, envoyez lancier. Gardez.
Soyez prêts, frères. Tantos nos podíamos. Je suis prochain
There's no towns over there, is there? Oh, there's a Catholic here. Oh, right, that was a Catholic explorer earlier.
Several of
Duh.
the Bureau brothers' heavy guns and other forces arrived to help.
Nous allons. Chez vous, Samoy.
Ainsi sera fait. C'est quasi assouvi. Les engins se meuvent. Engin de siège, ça faut aller.
Even with their cannons, the French faced the difficult task of engaging the well-positioned English army.
Ainsi soit-il. Nos dictenos ainsi sera fait. Très bien, changeons d'assiette. Advis pour vos nos mouvons l'artillerie. Ainsi, dictenos quelqu'un. Engin de siège en branle. Advis pour votre engin. Engin de siège en branle. Will, à part main. Advis pour votre engin. C'est quasi assouvi. Dictenos quelqu'un t'en abattre. Dictenos quelqu'un. Sommes envoués. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Très bien, changeons d'assiette.
That should do it.
Arbalétrier,
I'm
arbalétrier, ne
gonna
restez pas, assistant.
arrange our
J'ai
arbalètes.
pourvoué tout à tir. Arbalétrier, suivez le conroi, arbalétrier.
Line formation, obviously.
Allons, arbalétrier, avant. Les arbalètes sont accessibles. Arbalétrier, avant. Épais. Arbalétrier, arbalétrier, ne restez pas, assistant. Allons, arbalétrier, avant. C'est bon. Prêt pour faire les commandes au carré.
Fais ici les commandements.
Les arbalètes sont accessibles. Je fais votre commandement. Arbalétrier, avant. Épais. Si fait. Prêt pour faire les arbalétriers. Soyez assesmés.
Nous avons les commandements reçus.
Arbalétrier, suivez le conroi, arbalétrier. Arbalétrier, avant. Épais. Arbalétrier, nos arbalètes. Allons, arbalétrier. Avant. Nos carrels sont prêts pour travailler et j'obtempère. Je verrai. Arbalétrier, je fais comme il vous plaît. J'oeille et j'obtempère. C'est bon. Arbalétrier, suivez le conroi, arbalétrier. Je fais comme il vous plaît.
Yes, strategy.
Bien, oui. Allons, arbalétrier. Nos carrels sont prêts pour traire. Je fais votre commandement. Vous voulez que je me mette à la bouée? J'ai pourvoué.
Nos ordonnances sont là, sus.
Nos arbalètes sont toutes espèces. Arbalétrier, je verrai. Nos arbalètes sont toutes espèces. Nos carrés, j'ai pourvoué. Arbalétrier, criez bas. J'ai pourvoué tout à tir. Arbalète, nos arbres, je fais votre commande. Nos carrels sont prêts pour... Où dois-je traire?
Soudard, c'est quasi assouvi. Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
Causez-vous.
Ainsi soit-il. Suivez l'engin, Soudard. Nos
Stop
mouvons
moving.
l'artillerie. Advis pour...
Vous voulez que je vais plus que le pas. Arbalétrier, suivez le conroi, arbalétrier. J'ai pourvoué. Arbalétrier, moi ne délaisserai mon assiette. Prêt pour faire les commandements. Nos arbalètes sont assez... Je garderai ces stations.
Gloire et Vic, marchons de...
Ayez que... Allez, lancier, là-bas.
Des bousculiers, nous
They're
allons...
going to have to flank with the cavalry.
Nous allons piquer des deux.
Nos carrels sont prêts. Arbalétrier, ne restez pas, assistant. Arbalétrier, trayez bas. Arbalétrier, bien, oui.
Nous attendons vos commandements.
So we'll
Les
engage
coustiliers
with
sont
this
prêts.
cannon first.
Et Soudard, je fais vos commandements. Soudard, bien. L'heure est d'aller en bouée. J'y ai cure. Je garderai cette assiette. Les Soudards sont Will. Je l'emprunte tantôt.
Nous avons les...
Gloire et victoire seront à nous, Soudard. Envoyez-moi à la bataille. Nous attendons, Soudard. C'est l'heure de... Point de gloire et victoire, gendarmes. Point de télé... Nous attendons vos... J'obéis. À point de... Les Soudards sont prêts, gendarmes. Point de télé... Soudard. Gloire, c'est l'heure de départir, Soudard. Je garderai cette...
Soyez prêts. Avançons, fratrimei. Tout suis, si ferai-je comme j'obéis la vouée de vos, je m'incline, obéis, j'enjambe la vouée de vertu. Tout suis, je vais, où est doué.
Can't purchase anything else. Nah.
Soudard, c'est quasi assouvi.
Les soudards sont prêts. Nous attendons. Soudard, c'est comme vous voulez. J'obéis. Point de délai. Nous marchons de ruche. Je garderai 16 baillez vos JQ. Point de délai.
Courage, lancier, à bien, lancier, allons. Advise pour vos engins. Oui, là par main. Nous déconfisons l'ennemi. Sommes en route.
Gloire et victoire seront à nous. Les soudards sont prêts, Soudard. Je fais vos commandements. Will, je l'emprunte tantôt. Je garde...
Nos mouvons l'artillerie. Ainsi sera fait. Nous les allons foudroyer.
Open fire. Actually, I should save first.
Victoire. Dicte-nos quelqu'un Tanabab. Advise pour votre engin.
Nous attendons.
Advise pour votre engin. Oui, là par là. Tresse tous jusqu'au terrain, meurtrons-nous. Nous les allons foudroyer. Nos mouvements, l'artillerie.
The French attacks succeeded in drawing the English front line out of position and across the river.
Very well.
Suffering losses, the English front line retreated back across the river.
This is much better.
À plein cours! Boutez à tourment! Si sera fait selon nous!
Sécurez l'engin.
Soudard!
Suivez l'engin. Avant.
The French received word that their Breton allies had arrived with their knights and horsemen. Now the two armies could coordinate.
Soit-il fait.
The Bretons saw an opportunity to attack the English from the back. As the Bretons attacked, the English had no choice but to pivot their front line, opening their flanks to attack from the French.
Nos ordonnances sont là, sus.
J'obéirai.
Alright, save. Cool.
Paix, c'est quasi assouvi. Engin de bouquin.
Voilà, nous attendons vos commandements.
Arbalétrier, avant. Épais, arbalétrier, ne restez pas assis.
Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances. Envoyez, Soudard. Suivez l'artillerie. Suivez l'engin, Soudard. Ça donc, gardez vos esprits par devers vos.
Écoute, votre reste dit est bien clair.
Soudard, nous avons nos commandes. Suivez l'engin. Avant, allons. Sécurez l'engin de siège. Envoyez. Je garderai I-16 assiette.
Le champ nous attend.
Passable.
Nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
satisfactory. Let's try that again.
Paix, nous accomplissons vos ordonnances.
Nous attendons vos commandements. Chevalier, on...
Engin de siège assis. Engin de siège, ça faut aller. Ça, engin, en la voie.
Juste et noble, saint soit-il fait. C'est ça.
Soudard, Soudard, avant. Et fourrez vos armes.
Le chevalier...
They're behind the bridge.
Advise pour votre ainsi soit-il. Les engins de siège...
This is better. Well, now you're pretty big to go through my bonfires. But it's not bad. Yeah, I need to keep my bonfires alive.
Nos ordonnances sont la sus.
Juste est notre cause, chevalier.
What if we pretend to attack? Go behind the bridge.
Le saint soit-il
That
fait.
could work.
Ce sera pour moi honneur. S'il souhaite.
And his longbows are updated.
Reste, chevalier, on voit pour la gloire. Si le fait à tout petit.
Okay, well that does mess up their position.
Soudard, c'est quasi assouvi. Suivez l'engin, Soudard.
Nous attendons vos commandements. Envoyez, chevalier. C'est à honneur. Qu'ainsi il souhaite. Envoyez vers la victoire, mes seigneurs. Ce sera pour je ne me mise. Arrête, porte-cuisse. Arrête, porte-cuisse. Chevalier, en ordre. C'est à honneur.
Envoyez, Soudard, suivez l'artillerie.
Juste. Envoyez vers la victoire, mes seigneurs. Envoyez, chevalier.
Les engins de siège sont prêts.
Le champ d'attaque.
Les engins de siège sont prêts.
Soyez prêts, chevalier. À votre
Les engins de siège sont ainsi sera tout décoordonné.
Yes, go for the clumps.
Tout décoordonné. Engin de siège assis.
Beset by the French and Bretons, the English beat a hasty retreat toward Formigny. The English survivors entered Formigny. The French would have to take this town to secure victory.
Yes, so I'll summon my priest. Save again.
Les engins de siège sont prêts.
Nous allons avoir les commandements.
Tout est ordonné. Ils vont partir de notre ligne. Ainsi soit-il. Fortify votre trait.
Ainsi soit-il.
Tout est ordonné. Sécurez l'engin de siège. Envoyez. Oui, là par là. Suivez l'engin. Avant, allons. Sécurez l'engin de siège. Envoyez. Oui, là par là.
Just slowly push forward.
C'est
Okay.
quasi assouvi. Reste-nous jusqu'au dérarbeur trop lourd. Les engins en la voie. Nos accomplis. Sont vos ordonnances. Ainsi sera fait. Ainsi soit-il.
Arbalétrier, criez bas. Je fais votre...
Engin de siège.
Yes, we're winning.
Oui, là
We're
par là.
winning.
Oui, apparemment. Nos accomplis sont vos ordonnances. Oups, arbalètes sont tête. Tout est ordonné. Quasi assouvi. Nos accomplis sont vos ordonnances.
Alright, what next? Bring it on. No, that's it? Okay.
With the last English army destroyed and the gates of Formigny thrown open, the French force in Normandy was victorious. Their well-organized forces and superior firepower had brought the arduous 100 Years' War closer to its conclusion.
After 100 years of conflict, France had overpowered its long-standing enemy. The nation had been transformed, and was almost ready to stake out its final borders on the modern map of the world.
At Formigny, the roar of cannon fire sounded the death knell for England's ambitions in France. King Charles and the Bureau brothers did not let up on the offensive, and in 1453, the English retreated across the Channel. France was finally at peace. More than 100 years had passed since the first English chevauchés had scorched the land. The iconic French knights who fought in those early days would not have recognized their own military a century later. The English longbow, once the scourge of France, was no match for French artillery in the last years of the war. And by 1453, France's border looked very different, growing to encompass territories once claimed by England and their allies. After enduring a century of conflict, France emerged as a transformed nation. The country and its people had persevered and unified into a kingdom that could defend itself. Against all odds, France had won the 100 Years' War.
Ooh, now that was a doozy of a campaign. Now let's read over the pages from history and the hands-on history videos. Hold on, was this the intro cutscene? No, it wasn't. Okay, that is the intro cutscene. I wish they would rename name these ones better. A tournament of war. The combat of the 30 was a bloodthirsty. A tournament of war. The combat of the 30 was a bloody counterpart to the pageantry of the knightly jousts, but also a return to form. By 1350, jousts were focused on showmanship over actual combat. Grand pavilions hid knights ahead of dramatic reveals. An opening day parade displayed combatants in heraldic glory. Knights wielded blunted arms and competed for a rich purse. But tournaments started as training for war. In earlier centuries, jousts were only part of the tourney. Brutal melees with keen-edged weapons were just as important. Injury and even death were common. The most dangerous of these tourneys opposed national groups of knights, especially French and English, which often devolved into pitched battle. This was a tradition revived for the combat of the 30. Edward, the Black Prince. Inspiring admiration and terror alike, Edward, the Black Prince of England, was the preeminent warrior of his lifetime. At the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, Edward faced a far superior French force, but used keen tactics to turn the tide. He lured enemy knights into unsupported charges, and deployed his longbowmen and knights against weakened flanks. By day's end, he had destroyed the enemy force and captured the French king. Although Edward's genteel treatment of his prisoner won him a reputation for chivalry, to the common people of France, he was a monster. The Black Prince was infamous for the brutality of his raids across the countryside, burning and pillaging hundreds of towns without mercy. For good or ill, the Black Prince was a model for English knighthood in the 100 Years' War. Les Routiers. Even in periods of truce, France suffered raiding and pillaging. Mercenary companies and individual soldiers, recruited across Europe and then dismissed without having gained enough booty, would go about taking what they wished from the population. In the 1360s, more than 15,000 of these routiers were looting and pillaging across the kingdom, going so far as besieging Avignon to extract a ransom from the Pope. When King Jean sent his armies against the most feared mercenary group, they crushed the overstretched royal forces. Even the Pope calling a crusade against the brigands failed to stop their predations. Only by paying off these predators and sending them to fight at wars abroad was France finally rid of them, long enough to regain its strength. Bertrand du Guesclin. The hero of Cocherel and Pont-Aven, Bertrand du Guesclin was one of the greatest knights in France, but he won his victories by abandoning the dogma of chivalric warfare. Du Guesclin preferred not to be drawn into pitched battles and focused instead on cutting off supply routes and setting ambushes. The English forces who suffered under this raiding called him the Black Dog of Brocéliande. His pragmatism was vividly on display when he personally put an end to a dynastic duel between Pedro and Enrique of Castile. Stepping into the Battle of Brothers, he held Pedro down so Enrique could deliver the killing blow. This less than chivalrous act secured Castile as an ally and earned Du Guesclin the rank of Constable of France. Defiance. You may tear me limb from limb, you may separate my soul from my body, but I will tell you nothing more. Jeanne d'Arc spoke these words exactly 2 years after lifting the siege of Orleans. She had spent the last year in enemy custody and was reaching the end of her trial for heresy. A pro-English bishop had interrogated her for weeks. She had answered his questions, told him of the saints who visited her, and the mission they had given her. She had denied his accusations of witchcraft and idolatry. Now he had called her back to the trial chamber, where he had arrayed implements of torture. 19 years old, worn down by battle, imprisonment and interrogation, John stared down the torturers of the Inquisition. The tools went unused, and the bishop seethed in embarrassment. Despite her defiance, Jean would be dead within a month. The Cathedral of Kings. If Charles the Dauphin was to become the King of France, he must be crowned at Rome. Centuries earlier, Clovis, the first Frankish king, was baptized at Rheims with oil from a holy ampule said to have been delivered by the Holy Spirit. The Archbishop of Rheims still held that ampule, and with it the ability to sanctify the Dauphin as king. But Rheims stood deep in English-held territory, and Charles turned again to Jeanne d'Arc. She led him through enemy territory, freeing town after town. At Rheims, the people welcomed the pair. With his miraculous savior beside him, the Dauphin knelt at the cathedral's altar and arose as King Charles VII of France. And with that, his need for Jeanne came to an end. Campagne d'Ordnance. In 1448, the power of French cannons assured victory at Rouen. But it had been sweeping changes in the organization of French fighters that eventually gave France the advantages in the 100 Years' War. The heavy and slow chivalric knight set centuries past was no longer effective on a changing battlefield. So in the reign of Charles V, France had adopted a new military tactic: a guerrilla force of paid full-time soldiers. By enlisting roving routiers into a permanent standing army, a well-organized, disciplined, and deadly military emerged, ready to do whatever it took to wear down the enemy. These highly effective Compagnie d'Ordnance were now armed with new gunpowder technologies, were Charles VII's best hope of finally winning the war. Castillon, end of the war. The French victory at Fontmagny had finally ousted the English from Normandy, but the English retained a foothold in Gascony, the city of Castillon. In 1453, Charles VII once again employed his vast artillery forces and besieged the city. With some 300 cannons and handguns, his army was poised to end the war. Meanwhile, the English commander at Castillon was under pressure to order a direct charge at the massing French forces. Against his better judgment, he succumbed to the goading and ordered the charge. His gamble ended in disaster. the English were met with an unrelenting barrage of French firepower. Each cannon shot knocking down a dozen men. Reinforcements trickled in, but they too fell to the merciless onslaught. The 100 Years' War had come to a resounding end, and Charles could begin rebuilding his resilient nation. Well, now let's watch through the hands-on history videos, and that'll be it for today.
In the 100 Years' War, the English used a terror tactic, a raid through enemy territory, intended to intimidate and provoke the French into battle. It was called chevauchée. The principal weapon for chevauchée was fire. And one of the ways it was delivered was with incendiary arrows.
Challenge with incendiary arrows? Keeping them alight.
One type of incendiary arrow was fueled with gunpowder.
You've got charcoal, got sulfur, and we've got saltpeter. Saltpeter is the main ingredient. The more oxygen you put into it, the hotter it burns. Of course, when it's on an arrow, when it's being shot, you've got a turbocharged airstream.
The chemicals are bound together with brandy, left to dry, and poured into a linen bag. The extra long arrowhead is inserted into the bag and then tied off to secure it. It is then sealed by dipping it into boiling tree resin. This resin, which itself is highly flammable, provides a waterproof casing. It also shields the burning gunpowder so the wind doesn't put it out in flight.
Now that looks deadly, and I really want to shoot it.
The art to shooting an incendiary arrow is timing. Too early, and it will go out. Too late, it will spit at you like a dragon.
That was just evil. That was great.
The word chevauchée means horse raid, and it was mobile light horsemen who spearheaded the attacks. They took gold and silver from the churches, valuables from wealthy citizens, and as much food and drink as they could find from anyone. A chevauchée was scorched earth warfare to create discontent amongst the enemy's subjects, perhaps even to get them to turn against their king. An army on campaign needed a decisive battle. And a chevauchée was intended to taunt the enemy to come out and fight. The battlefields of the 100 Years' War were full of danger. To defend against these weapons, a new type of armor was developed: plate armor.
Plate armor clad the knight in an articulating exoskeleton of hardened steel. A hard outer shell that still flexes and moves with the body.
It provided impressive protection and was an extraordinary technological achievement.
Now, one of the ways that armor gets its strength is through shape. Both of these pieces are made out of the exact same thickness as steel, but I can show you there's one stronger than the other. Here's the one with no shape. You see it buckles immediately. If I swap it for one that's been forged to have strength and shape, you can see it's much stronger. It's going nowhere.
It wasn't just the shape that gave it strength. It was also how the metal was treated by the armorer.
Now, the benefits of using heat because it obviously makes the piece more plastic, more ductile, lets me shape it. But the fuel also adds layers of carbon into the outer surface. This helps me increase the hardness and strength of the material.
The art of the armorer was being able to judge the temperature of the metal by eye, managing the heat to create resilience in the metal. The combination of heat-treated metal and rigid shapes meant that armor didn't need to be so thick and heavy, making it much easier to fight in. But good quality plate armor did have its downside. It was very expensive.
Now, not everyone could afford full steel plate armor. For the common man, there is the brigandine. Now, these are made up of overlapping steel plates that are then riveted through a textile outer. This gives you a much bigger range of movement, but is limited and is not as strong as a full steel breastplate. That said, it is much cheaper and much easier to maintain.
At its best, the armored knight was invincible. But armor didn't just provide defense. It was also a weapon and an expression of a knight's power and prestige. Armor transformed its wearer into a work of art. A war horse was no ordinary horse. In battle, it was a knight's comrade in arms. By nature, horses are prey animals, but the war horse had to become a predator. They had to be aggressive and fearless, to charge enemy lines and to trample anyone in their way. To achieve this, they were specially bred and highly trained to fight, to lash out with their hooves on command. This meant war horses were expensive and so conveyed high status.
War horses were incredibly strong and powerful, but they were also vulnerable. This is a really big target, and it's much easier to shoot a horse than it is to hit its rider. So just as men wore armor, horses wore armor too.
A knight didn't ride his war horse on the road to battle. It was far too valuable. Instead, they were led by the knight's groom. A knight would take multiple war horses on campaign, as he would need to change to a fresh horse several times during battle. Once geared up, the knight, his horse, and his weapons became a highly effective system.
The heavy cavalry lance had a small ring called a graper, and this locks into my arm, forming a hard linkage, so that the lance can't shoot backwards on impact.
The war saddle was also crucial. With its high back, it locked the rider to the horse.
This means with the graper and the saddle, horse, man, and weapon are all locked together to create one giant horse-powered projectile.
The main purpose of heavy cavalry was to charge straight into the enemy and smash through their lines. The impact charge crashed into an enemy with terrifying force. It required horses with exceptional courage and power. Longbows were powerful weapons, but keeping archers supplied with ammunition was a major undertaking.
This is a modern arrow. Small and lightweight. Pretty much what everyone shoots these days. Compared to this, medieval war arrow. Look at the size of this thing. It's a beast.
A medieval army might need more than 1 million war arrows on campaign, and each one had to be made by hand. It was a labor-intensive business, and the person who did it was called a fletcher. First, a log is split into square staves. Then the fletcher uses a plane to start roughing out the shape.
Ugh, how do I get it round?
Not only have you got to make it round, you've got to make it bobtailed. Look at that.
Bobtailed?
You see that's coming down thinner down that end? There's a natural taper coming down there to that end.
A plane with a curved blade is used to create the taper. This makes the arrow aerodynamic.
This is an incredibly painstaking process for one arrow.
Most of them are just for one shot as well.
Next, a slot is cut to receive a piece of horn. The horn reinforces the nock. That's the notch that fits the arrow to the bowstring. Without the horn insert, the power of a heavy warbow could split and shatter an arrow. Once the horn is in place, the nock is sawn and shaped. Then the fletcher has to attach the feathers to the shaft.
Now what you've got to do is you've got to get rid of the stiffness of the quill. You're going to work it down so it's nice and thin.
So this is dogfish skin?
Yeah, medieval sandpaper.
The feathers are glued in place and then secured with thread. The final process is to arm the arrow with its arrowhead. The person who makes these is called an arrowsmith. From a blank piece of iron, he starts with the part that fits over the arrow shaft. First, he makes the bar flat, then uses a special former to create a socket. The final stage is to hammer out the shape of the head. Arrow stocks had to be prepared far in advance of a campaign. It was impossible to make them in sufficient numbers overnight. A medieval war arrow like this could only be shot from a big, exceptionally powerful bow. And it packed a mighty punch. A medieval army on the march was a city on the move. No expense was spared to keep knights and nobles in the lap of luxury.
Knights lived in luxurious tents called pavilions, which had all of their furnishing, proper chairs and tableware, real beds with fine linens, even wall hangings.
All this furniture had to be transported, and that's on top of what was needed for combat. Weapons and armor needed an army of artisans to maintain them.
The armourer's job on campaign was one of maintenance, constantly repairing, knocking out dents, simply changing straps, or replacing rivets that had broken. If you think of the knight as a race car driver, the armourer is his chief mechanic. Without him, he would not be able to function.
Also following an army was a band of opportunistic civilians, the camp followers. All vying to sell their services and goods to the soldiers. When on the march, most of the thousands of soldiers were mounted. Each knight would have at least 6 horses, all needing grooms, farriers, and fodder.
The royal household brought with them their clerks, their priests, essential for men who feared they might die in battle. And of course, their cooks.
The common soldiers subsisted mainly on bread and a thick soup called pottage. It was an altogether different story for the knights.
A knight on campaign would expect the best food. So we have game, we have fine meats, we have fruit when it's in season, always cooked, because food is tied in with health as well. That's very important. And I'm just finishing off a dish here of spiced meatballs with a red wine and pine nut sauce.
French and English armies could be on campaign for months on end, manoeuvring and skirmishing until they took to the field for a decisive battle. medieval soldiers suffered brutal injuries in battle. Their chance of survival lay with barber surgeons. From cutting hair to removing limbs on the battlefield, the job of a barber surgeon was varied, and so were their tools.
600 years ago, surgery was very different from today, and this is some of the kit that the surgeons of then would be using. For example, amputations. This bit of kit was used to cut through the skin. Then you need to get through bone, and this is what they used. Believe it or not, this was used for neurosurgery. But what they didn't have at the time was anesthesia.
Despite carrying out major surgery, barber surgeons had no formal training.
What they learned on the job, and the place where they practiced the most was the battlefield.
This was also a time when new surgical techniques were developed, particularly when it came to saving the life of a future king. In 1403, 16-year-old Prince Henry was injured in the Battle of Shrewsbury while fighting rebels trying to overthrow his father, King Henry IV.
The arrow penetrated his right cheek and became lodged at the base of his skull. He was very lucky it didn't kill him instantly.
Prince Henry pulled the arrow from his face. The shaft came out, but the arrowhead remained lodged inside.
They needed to get that out before infection set in and killed him.
To the rescue, celebrated surgeon John Bradmore. Bradmore recorded what he did to save the prince's life, including a picture of the tool he made to extract the arrowhead.
And it works by ensuring that the tip is closed and then inserting it along the track caused by the arrowhead until it meets the arrowhead.
Then the screw is turned to expand the tip, locking it in place inside the arrowhead.
And then ever so slowly and gently, you extract, making sure that you don't lose it along the way. I'm amazed by the skill that would have been needed to do this successfully. Can you imagine how good that felt when that came out?
The young prince survived to become King Henry V, hero of Agincourt. But perhaps the real heroes of medieval medicine were the barber surgeons, who saved countless lives on the battlefield. During the 14th century, the face of war in Europe changed forever. Thanks to a substance invented by the Chinese while searching for the elixir of life: gunpowder. One of the first guns used on the battlefields of Europe was this, the bombard.
This is a large stone-throwing gun for moving big projectiles like this up and over and through castle walls.
Before the invention of the cannon, castle wall-busting projectiles had been thrown by trebuchets.
This is what took over from the trebuchet. Far easier to move from castle to castle.
Its design was simplicity itself, drawing on the skills of the barrel maker.
This has metal staves, lengthways, and then lots of hoops holding those staves under compression. So this is why we now call this the gun barrel as well.
The bombard was no more powerful than a trebuchet, but it did have a psychological impact on the enemy.
If we take it back several hundred years, and the loudest thing is a cockerel crowing or a brawl in the pub on a Saturday night, these things are horrendously frightening.
As metallurgy improved, barrels could be made longer, increasing accuracy and power. They progressed from taking down walls to taking out soldiers, replacing the bow and arrow.
A typical arrow would get stuck in this sort of material, where ball just goes straight through. So compared to a bow and arrow, this is far more deadly.
During the 100 Years' War, there was even a precursor to the machine gun, the Ribauldequin.
She's got several barrels on her. This is the sort of gun that would have been very much against people being able to spread your shot out and hit large numbers of people in one go.
Gunpowder revolutionized warfare throughout the 100 Years' War, changing the way battles were fought forever. Before the invention of printing in the 15th century, books were painstakingly copied by hand. The finest were illuminated with brilliant colours and real gold. Illuminated text wasn't just for show. Gilded illustrations decorated important passages to highlight their significance.
Gold was used in many medieval manuscripts from early days because it was very expensive and it indicated that the manuscript itself was valuable. The light would reflect from candles or from the sunlight, and so it looked as though the book itself was illuminated. In medieval manuscripts, it looks as though this is solid gold. In fact, it's not. The gold itself is tissue thin.
The solid appearance is achieved by laying the gold on a cushion of plaster mixed with glue, called gesso.
By raising the gold from the surface of the skin, that means that it catches the light even more.
The glue in the gesso is softened by breathing on it.
We then have 3 seconds to get the gold on, and I'm using a burnisher, which is a polished stone, just to make sure that the gold sticks. Then the burnisher is used to polish the gold up. See, it's coming up now. So it's coming nice and shiny.
Next, the miniature is painted.
The base colour will be done first, then the tints and the shades will be added, and finally, the white highlights and the outline, which lifts it and brings the whole thing to life.
The medieval paint box contained pigments from across the world, such as ultramarine from Afghanistan and orpiment gathered from volcanic craters.
It often took a long time to complete these medieval miniatures. This one between a month and 6 weeks, from start to finish.
An entire book could take a team of illuminators several years to complete. Many medieval manuscripts still survive today, fully preserved, with their colours just as vivid as the day they were illustrated.
Alright, well that was all the bonus content from the 100 Years' War campaign. Next up is the Mongol Empire. Starting with the Battle of the Khalkha River.